I'd like to welcome everybody. I'd like to call to order our November 22nd, 2010 meeting of City Council Redevelopment. Start with a Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Any changes to the order of the agenda? Item 2?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Molly? Okay. Report from closed session.
Mr. Mayor, I noticed one thing on the agenda, that the report from closed session is early in the agenda. It will actually happen after the closed sessions, which are later in the agenda tonight.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Rubens. We're already on to item 4, council communications and announcements. Anybody have anything? Mr. Gokart?
I did attend the Santa Clara Valley Bicycle Coalition dinner. Can't exactly remember when that was, but they're a group that advocates for different kinds of bicycle projects, in some cases in tandem pedestrian projects within our area. And so I attended their dinner that they had. They did speak about the need for increased safety on our roadways, and it was after that dinner that there was the unfortunate accident at Alpine Road, where Alpine goes underneath 280. Now that's actually in Santa Clara County, but it's a very trafficked area, both with cars and with bicycles. So we'll watch and see what folks can do in that county to perhaps improve that intersection where bicycles are trying to make access out to the Western Hills and often traverse that route. I've done that many times myself. I've taken the same course of action that the cyclist did who was killed, which is to go more to the left and stay out of the right area where cars and trucks and so forth are trying to merge onto the highway. And we actually have that condition not just at that location, but within our county at 84, where a teacher was killed not too many years ago in a similar kind of circumstance. And the only place where there is a protected bicycle lane, which is actually fading out right now from being traveled over so much, is at Sand Hill Road. But otherwise, if you're trying to get over or underneath 280 where the interchanges happen, there are no protected bike lanes. And I would think that's something we would hope to change in the future.
Thank you.
I have nothing tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Anything?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's that time of year, so I just want to announce that we have a Toys for Tots program going, and there is a bin out here in City Hall for anyone who wants to come and drop off a new toy. It must be unwrapped. You can do so until December 17th. So that's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Cohen. Vice Mayor Ahmad?
Nothing.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on, item 5, public comment. This is reserved for items anybody would like to speak on that are not on this evening's agenda. I do have, I think, about 3 speaker cards. Pat Bell, Greg Harris, and Tom Davids. We're kind of taking that order. Next person be ready to go. Ms. Bell?
It's no secret that I think the 3 of you who sit stage right on the dais have done a horrible job. So it was with great glee that I read your quotes in the newspaper the other day. I've been saying for a long time that if you treat people badly, they won't want to do business with you. And so the fact that you were all...
Ms. Bell, is this about fire?
No, it's about the behavior of you and your...
But the agenda, councilmen are talking articles about what is the topic. I want to make sure we're not talking about an item that's on the agenda here.
I'm not talking about fire. I'm not talking about...
I'm asking, what is the articles that you're referring to?
Oh, the article was in the Daily Journal, and Mr. Klein himself said it's not about fire.
It's not about fire. It was about... I just want to
It's
know
about the vast conspiracy out there to do harm to San Carlos, because we're such nice guys. Why wouldn't anybody want to just
I just want to make
right
sure,
up and work with us?
Ms. Bell, excuse me. We have an agenda item about fire It deals with partnerships and agreements and relationships. It appears to me that you're talking about an article that commented on our relationship and so forth about fire. I want to make sure that we keep that to an agenda item and not public comment. So was that the article?
That was the article, but I'm not talking about fire. I'm talking about
okay.
the adolescent behavior of you and your two buddies
and
over here.
please refrain from speaking about an article that dealt with fire. So please go on. Thank you.
You want to hear more about your adolescent behavior? Your campaign sign fiasco was your latest, threatening people over campaign signs that were actually on private property. Brilliant.
Thank you very much. Next we have Greg Harris.
We had a half an inch of rain on Friday night. On Saturday morning, it was still raining. The fields were soggy. There were standing puddles. And yet AYSO was playing at Burton Park and at Stadium Park in full swing. When I asked why are you playing when the fields are so soggy, the answer was, well, every individual referee gets to make the decision about whether the field is open or closed. And all day long, fields traipsed up there to see if they would play. And they did. They played on Burton. They played on Stadium. It doesn't appear that there was ever a field closed sign on either of those parks throughout the entire weekend. It doesn't appear that there's a centralized policy about when fields are closed. I sent an email to our Parks and Rec director asking what our rain closure policy is. I did not get a reply. I did copy Mayor Royce, who did reply and said this was not worth Mr. Long's time because the problem goes away come January once we have plastic fields. Well, the problem may go away for one field, but we're talking about an asset across all of San Carlos's fields, and I think we need a unified policy like we used to have.
Great. Mr. Harris, thank you very much. Tom Davids. Welcome, Tom.
Well, I have a couple of good news items. First of all, the museum is having their annual holiday party on the 10th. And being a member of the museum and sitting through the meetings, we talked about how we can get more people there. I said, well, I think I can help with the council because we'll go and personally invite them. So this is your personal invitation to come to the holiday party at the museum. This will be from 5:30 to 7:30. Don't need to stay for the whole 2 hours, but it'd be wonderful to have you, your spouses, or your guests join us in this party. And I'll also speak to the community at large. This is a party that's available for everyone. We will be serving food. We would like to have enough. So for those of you who aren't here tonight and would like to come and aren't normally at these events, you might give me an email. Let me know that you're on the way so we can make sure that you're covered. TomDavids@Comcast.net. So we hope to see you there. The second item is the lighting of the holiday lighting event, which we have had in the past in City Hall Park. This year we're moving it to Laurel Street, run from 5 to 7 on the 3rd of December. We're going to close the street, at least a couple of blocks of the street. We'll have entertainment. We'll have a train ride for kids. The stores will be open. We'll have music, and it's going to be a great event. If you were at the Goblin Walk, this is sort of like the Christmas version of the Goblin Walk. We're going to see a lot of people there, and we're going to have a lot of fun. So I would encourage everyone to come down, spend a little time on Laurel Street, and enjoy the lighting. The actual lighting will be at 6:15, I believe. It will have a few surprises around that event as well. So welcome, and hope to see everyone there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for coming, ex-Mayor Davids. Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? Public comment? Any items not on the agenda this evening? Welcome. Okay, moving on to item 6, which is approval of the consent calendar. The consent calendar items to be considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a member of council or the public or staff requests items to be removed for separate action. So with that, council?
I move approval of items 6A through 6G.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the entire consent calendar. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Mott?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes.
Mr. Royce,
Yes.
if I may.
Mr. Gurkhat, please.
And I bring this up at this item because it pertains to this item, and that is if in the future we might consider having this portion of the agenda put on the screen, because so often, just as we just did, we approved a basket load of items, and we have folks here in the audience, we have people watching on TV, and unless they are on the computer where the agenda is right there, they may have no idea what we just did.
Yeah, I think that's a
And so
great
putting
idea.
it up on the screen
Yeah.
might be a good idea.
Yeah, so staff, can we do that? I think that's an excellent idea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just one housekeeping item. If the council member could read both 6C and 6D by title, that is our requirement. Yeah.
Okay, so I move approval of item 6C, adopt ordinance number 1424, amending the San Carlos Municipal Code, replacing section 13.05 regarding sewer lateral inspection, repair and/or replacement, and replacing section 13.08 regarding sewer use. And I move approval of item 6D, adopt ordinance number 1427, approve a new 7-lot, single-family detached subdivision, mitigated negative declaration, ordinance amendment for a planned community PC zone, conditional use permit, maintenance of areas adjacent to stream channels, and conditional exception to subdivision standards at 665 Prospect Mirabel, APN numbers 050-122-150 and 050-122-160.
And you've already taken a vote. I just wanted that read into the record.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And based on Mr. Grocot's thought, the other items are approval of prior minutes, approval contract for actuarial services for a portion of the Redwood Shores levee work that we're doing, and the last item is to sign California Wastewater Agency Response Network. So those are the items for the public. Moving on to item 7, our reports to council. We have two, 7A and 7B. First one deals with our quarterly fire department report, and the second will be on our first update on contract for park maintenance service. So going back again, first one is quarterly fire department. We have Chief Fry. Oh, okay, welcome. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and Christine. My name is Gary Foth. I'm Battalion Chief with the Belmont San Carlos Fire Department. I'm here representing Chief Fry tonight. He is off on a winter vacation. So I'd also like to say happy holidays and remind everyone that we are part of the Toys for Tots program. And the day after Thanksgiving, we will have our bins out in front of all the firehouses, so everyone can drop off their toys at the firehouses anytime between the day after Thanksgiving and even all the way up through New Year's, really. We'll be collecting them. Also, on December 2nd and 3rd, Belmont San Carlos Fire Department will be hosting the Santa at the firehouse again this year. So on Thursday night, December 7th, everyone can bring their children to Station 13. That's at 525 Laurel Street in San Carlos. From 5 to 8 p.m., there'll be cookies and goodies and probably hot chocolate and cider and Santa. And this year we're asking everyone to bring their own cameras to take pictures of their children on Santa's lap. And then the following night, on December 3rd, it'll be in Belmont at station number 14, which is 911 Granada Street in the city of Belmont, and from 5 to 8 o'clock.
Can you repeat the dates? Because I heard a 7th and the 3rd.
Oh, the 2nd and the 3rd.
2nd. Okay,
Excuse me.
thank you.
So Thursday, December 2nd in San Carlos, and Friday, December 3rd in Belmont.
Great.
Okay, with that, I believe everyone's received the quarterly report from the fire chief. I don't have anything to add to that, but I'd be available to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions, Mr. Klein?
Yes, I have one. And maybe this needs to be passed on to the chief. We had a pretty well-known fire a handful of weeks ago, which was the Neil Young fire at 593 Quarry Road.
Oh, yes.
And we received a report from our consultants that one of the things that it pointed out was in the county, and not particularly this department, but countywide, that when there was a major incident, we sometimes responded. And I was doing the math, and we had 10 engines at that fire, 3 trucks, 5 battalion chiefs, 2 actual chiefs, and then some other issues. And I want to see if, because I don't in any way want to, tell someone how to manage their fire department. I want to know if that's a normal response, because that's about 50 so plus people at the scene. Is that a normal response for a warehouse fire?
Oh, definitely. The potential for a warehouse fire is quite large, and especially if you're familiar with that facility, there's a lot of buildings that are really close to each other, and if you let those things get ahead of you at all, you can lose 4 or 5 buildings just like that.
Okay.
With a warehouse fire like that, 1 minute you put water on it and you're going to put it out and save it, which they did, and literally 2 minutes later, you can lose the whole building. So I did read the report. I did look at it. I wasn't at the incident, but from what I could tell, Chief Gaffney and the other battalion chiefs on scene did an excellent job.
Okay, and then my follow-up question is, because when you look at the amount of equipment that we sent, all of Belmont and San Carlos was cleared out. The county stations were cleared out. Some of Redwood City, some of Foster City, and a couple engines from San Mateo. So what happens, say, if you're on the western border of Belmont and San Carlos and you have a heart attack, and all of these pieces of equipment? Where's the nearest piece of equipment then?
Well, I couldn't tell you exactly, but we have a unique system in San Mateo County, and really it's second to none in the state of California, with automatic mutual aid agreements. So that means that the cities that are next door, if we clear out all of ours, it's all planned. We call them move-ups. So sometimes Engine 10 will move up into San Carlos and cover Station 16. Sometimes Engine 17 will come down from CAL FIRE and cover Station 15. Sometimes 23 will come in. For example, when they had the big San Bruno incident, I moved up as the battalion chief on duty to San Mateo to cover that. So we had Battalion 1 in Menlo Park, Battalion 3 in Redwood City, and then I moved on up. And it's a very well thought out, very efficient system.
Okay, and that's great. And so if you could just let the chief know that the next time we get an email like this, it would be great for him to describe who's covering us when these things happen, because your common person's not going to know that, and we understand that. We understand the drop orders, but
right.
when you show that you've cleared out entire...
Oh, and someone may come up with the question, well, if
what
this
happens if we have a heart
helping
attack?
us out? Yeah.
So that would be a good thing to include in these reports, is when these major incidents occur, there was an actual engine in San Carlos that was available to respond to incidences and things like that. So if you just want to pass that on, that's great, but thank you for your work.
Any other questions?
Comments?
I just had a request that as these reports are put together, what would be helpful, and I'll make this formally to the chief, is that the call volume that we've got reported here would be terrific to do 2 additional breakouts. Number 1, what are we getting called for? Which part is medical? Which part is fire? Which part is false alarm? And then second, I would be curious to follow up on how, what is our ability to meet our response times. I know it's very good, but I would like to see those numbers reflected in the report in the future.
Okay,
I'll pass that to the
You
chief.
will, would you? Because it'll be hard for
No
you to get that. The message might get messed up in between.
And I'd like to share, just before you walk away, you don't need to take any notes on this. I had an opportunity in mid-morning to visit the site. The property manager actually came out, spoke to him, and he was so pleased at just the overall professionalism and the service of our fire department and our sheriff's department. As you could realize, as the news got out that this was Neil Young's stuff, the sheriffs were there, kept everybody out on the street. But again, the property manager spoke so highly of how they got there, how quickly they moved to basically save most of Neil Young's stuff. So that appreciation, please pass on to the chief and our firefighters.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to 7B, second of our council reports is an update on contract for park maintenance service. Mr. Long?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. You do have the report. I have a few things I'd like to highlight, and then you can, I'll be here to answer any questions. And Guy Wallace, the park superintendent, is present this evening to answer any questions you may have specific to the parks maintenance contract. As you recall, as part of helping with a structural deficit, the Parks and Recreation Department was charged with securing contract services for our parks and medians. We went out to bid and got some favorable contracts and entered into a contract with Kachina Landscape for our parks and Echo Landscape for our medians. They started work beginning August 1st, and if you can recall, some of the trepidations about outsourcing was the potential drop in quality of service that we may receive. However, since we've been going through the contract, this is roughly our first quarter. We've been with them for 3 or 4 months now. We have been very pleased with their performance, and if you've had a chance to go around and visit some of our parks, you will notice they are at least the quality that we were receiving prior to that, and in some cases they have exceeded what we've been receiving. And a good example I can point to is the park right next door to us, City Hall Park or Civic Center Park, however you want to refer to it. It was being stressed. The grass was in bad shape, and Kachina, instead of dealing with it on a kind of a daily basis, went in and looked at it systematically and decided to go ahead and renovate the irrigation system to solve a problem that was reoccurring. Once they were able to do this, it took care of the problem. It freed them up to go to other sites. They used this strategy, early on to try to continue to improve the maintenance at our different locations, and it's been working out rather well. When they got here on August 1st, you can imagine how busy our parks were. We were in the height of our summer season. Parks are heavily used during this time of year. We had our summer programs going there, our summer camps program. We had soccer going. We had baseball programs going on. So they were being heavily used. And, of course, this is kind of the hottest time of the year also, so it makes it a particularly difficult proposition to keep these parks in good shape, particularly the turf. But they've done a very good job in adapting to our park usage. I have to say they were taken aback by the amount of use our parks were being used. They thought that there was some rest, but as we know, these parks are heavily used most of the year. And they've adapted very well in terms of prioritizing the maintenance, identifying the areas that need more attention than other areas, and they've been doing quite a good job. As I mentioned in the report itself, one of the measurements that you can use is the lack of complaints. Historically, people are quick to complain about their parks, especially park users that use them on a regular basis. They're there, they see the conditions, and if they see the conditions drop, I'll get a phone call, or our parks superintendent, Guy Wallace, will get a phone call rather quickly. There's been an absence of phone calls. We just have not received many complaints at all. On the other hand, we have received a number of compliments from the public saying that they are pleased with the performance of our contracts, and of course, not a lot of people are going to make comments about our medians, but if they get out of shape, they'll certainly let us know. So it's been a contract that has worked out very well for the city to this point, and we assume as we go forward that they'll continue to refine their efforts, and I think we'll see a continuing improvement in our parks. The other thing of note is that we had mentioned this when we were reviewing whether it was a sound decision to look at contracting parks maintenance. And as I informed the council, we were losing 4,000 hours a year to leave, whether it's a vacation, training, a sick leave, which is equivalent to 2 full-time positions. Now, this labor force for contracting is uninterrupted. We get that. We've contracted for so many hours of service with so many people there, and we don't have to concern ourselves with the leave. And I think that's starting to show itself as we go through this, that additional labor being readily available has helped, improve some of the conditions at the park. So with that, if you have any questions for me, or like I say, Mr. Wallace is here and would be happy to answer any of your questions.
Great. Questions? Mr. Grocott, please.
So I have 4 questions. First one is, and I don't know if these are related to park maintenance, and I don't know if they fall under their contract, so I'll just throw them out there and then you can address them. The first one has to do with trail maintenance at Arguello. That's a place I go to frequently because my son goes to school in Arundel, and sometimes I'll go for a hike or a run up in the park before picking him up. And in fact, I was out there today, and there's a trail that's blocked by a fallen oak tree, and there's also swales that you put in. You know how you put those in to divert the water,
Right.
and the operation of those looks questionable in some circumstances where the water's not doing what you might expect, and it's washing the trail out. So is that either of these contractors, or does that fall back to our own staff?
That falls within the scope of one of the contracts. That would be our ECHO contract. And,
Okay.
and generally with the trails maintenance, because we are limited on resources, we were limited prior to outsourcing. Trail maintenance was kind of like putting out fires. We would inspect the trails periodically, but most of the concentration was on the developed acres of the park. But what we like and we encourage the public to do is when they're using the trails, let us know right away if there's any conditions like that, and we get on it right away. They're very good about doing that.
Well, just for your knowledge, then, this is the trail area that's between the road going up the hill and the tennis courts.
Yes.
In that area there. The second question deals with Burton Park play area, and the summer months are over, but I know when I was going there with my son in the summer, especially on the weekends, that park, it's a wonderful play structure, and as a result, I think it's been a magnet not only to our citizens, but I think from my observation when I'm there is we're getting a lot of people from out of the area who necessarily don't respect San Carlos the way that we do. And as a result, you're getting trash and food items left, that have smeared all over the nice play area and that kind of thing. And again, I don't know whose responsibility that is, if it's one of these contractors, but are you getting any comments to that effect, or is it just from this guy here in the dais? And are these new contracts maybe freeing up some time that we might be able to give some concentration to that?
Yes, the answer to your question is yes, and we do look at level of use at the parks and find out what areas are kind of becoming hot spots. And you're right, it truly is a regional park at this point. People come from all around, and there's heavy usage at the park. Sometimes, and I don't know from what your frame is, I know that from my frame, when I was going out looking at the parks, I was looking at them, twice as critically as I was prior to outsourcing. So I was seeing things that perhaps I wouldn't have noticed before just because I was looking at kind of a cursory view. But when the contractors come, I'm hypercritical about things like that, and every little detail comes to mind. But things of that nature certainly comes with heavy use and heavier use, and it probably would have occurred had it not, whether or not the contract would have been issued and we would have in-house labor. So we like to be mindful of that. We know that park is our centrally located and most frequented park, so we do like to hear information about that too, so we can focus on that.
Okay. Third question I remember this came up, and in fact the guys who were working for us at the time that were critical of contracting out and giving us reasons for not doing it, and they had brought up about storm maintenance. When we have storms like we did this weekend, and parking the tractors out at the different creeks and so forth. How is that being handled under these two contracts?
Well, as you know, when we contracted out, we lost a net of 2 positions. The other positions actually transferred into the Public Works Department. So the labor is still available. We're just down 2 workers, and we just recently had the storm, and I didn't hear, and Guy may have better knowledge than this, but I think everything worked fine.
Great. Okay. Thank you. And then my last question is a bit related to the gentleman who spoke earlier about who polices the closure of parks during rainy seasons and so forth. But a little bit different twist on it. Who's responsible for reporting, I guess, first to you and maybe eventually to us as a council, on the field conditions and the use and what the different sports teams' use of those fields is the results of it, or if they go out and they do maintenance, are these guys required to report to you that, look, we're seeing some wear and tear on whatever field, and we're concerned about your rainy season use of that field?
Yes, absolutely. They've been instructed to report to their supervisor, who is the liaison to our staff person, which would be Mr. Wallace, and they're supposed to talk to him and bring forth any conditions like that need special attention, or when there's questions of possible overuse or abuse by the field. So that information is being communicated, and they've been trained to look for that kind of condition.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I would just segue from my last question that I would like to see some discussion on that, maybe at Parks and Rec, and then recommendation up to us on field use policy and who polices that and makes those decisions.
I'll take care of that. Thank you. Great. Questions? Mr. Pacelli? Anybody? All right. Yeah. I have just a comment and a question. I just want to make sure that in the body of the report we talk about the savings. It talks about 40% savings. We've got to flip that. It's 60% savings. We had, I believe the number was $719,000 for just salary, benefits, and retirement. We are saving slightly more than 60%. And if you include some overhead and corporate yard and truck and equipment expense, we're probably saving, and the public should really be interested in this, we're saving about 2/3 of the cost. We're doing this all now with the word subcontracting for 1/3 of our cost, and it appears that the quality is as good, if not better, than what we had. That's a tremendous accomplishment. So my question is, do we have a best practice story to share with other cities?
We certainly do, and I have been contacted by other cities, particularly Parks and Recreation directors, who are asking me about the performance of the contract, and they're considering possibly the option of outsourcing or contracting for park maintenance services themselves. So this is kind of unique to the peninsula. We're kind of the beta for the peninsula. They're looking at it, they're asking questions, and I think this will probably be kind of a benchmark for them to make determinations on a move forward.
If I could take that a step further, I know Park and Rec has a wonderful monthly magazine that comes out. I think it's a tremendous opportunity for your accomplishment and your team on what we've done here to share that story as an article. I think would be wonderful.
That's great.
Great.
Mayor Royce, I have one other thing.
Mr. Klein.
Mr. Long, if you could extend our thanks to Mr. Gacino. I've heard a couple clever little stories about, we have a very smart citizenry, and I hear sometimes they go over your head and call Mr. Gacino's company himself. They see the name on the trucks and Google it and decide, well, I'm not going to call Parks and Rec, I'll just call the guys doing the work. And I've heard here he's been very responsive, or his company has been very responsive to those calls, and they get right out and take care of it. We have a very clever citizenry who's going to find the quickest way to get to the guy who's going to get it done. So just if you could extend them our thanks, that'd be fantastic.
I will. I certainly will. Thank you.
Good. Any other questions? Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long. Great. Okay. That's our reports to council, item 7. Moving on to agenda item number 8 is unfinished business. We have consideration of adopting ordinance number 1425, amending sections 2.24.0660 and 2.24.070 of the San Mateo Municipal Code regarding length of service of commissions and terms of existing commissioners. Mr. Mora.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brian Mora, Assistant City Manager. Item 8A is on your agenda tonight because it was not a unanimous vote of the council. Otherwise, it would have been on your consent calendar. This has been discussed at your 2 prior meetings. This is an agenda item to amend the municipal code to change the term limits for city commissioners from a total of 9 years to a total of 6 years, and also to clarify several points, including the policy now where if a commissioner is appointed to a second commission during their initial term, that the 6-year clock starts again. So that's the item, and if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, this is back for your adoption vote.
Okay, before we get to that, I do have a speaker card, Pat Bell, for 8A. Pat, welcome to speak on this item. And anybody else that would like to speak on 8A, be prepared if you'd like to.
I think this is a terrible idea, and I think it's unnecessary. As Matt pointed out, if you fix the way you reappoint people and have sitting commissioners reapply and be interviewed and chosen the same as newcomers, you don't need this. And you run the risk of dumping somebody who's really good just because the clock ran out, as opposed to every time that seat opens up, you look and see who are the best candidates, who is the best candidate for that one seat. And you don't have a big flood of applicants anymore, so you might want to think about that too.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else like to speak on item 8A? Okay. Questions? Thoughts?
Mr. Royce, as I've been beating this drum since I think I joined the council, I'm going to vote against this, as I have been for the past couple months. I wanted a redo of the process. I agree that I thought we should be re-interviewing, maybe not going out to market, but at least re-interviewing the commissioners, since a lot of them get appointed when we're not up here. So, and we have to run for re-election. I don't think we should be giving people 9 years without some sort of qualification to see what they have done for those 3 years. So I wanted to see that, and then we had a discussion as a council. The council liked the process of, if you have an issue with the commissioner, bring it up on the council dais. That was a little awkward, to say the least. So I think there's a better way, but I'm not going to be supporting this, so I'll still be voting no.
Mr. Vaughn? Mr. Grocott, you
Yes,
got some thoughts too?
Two things I'd like to bring up for discussion. One is, similar to what Ms. Bell said, you may have a commissioner that does a very good job and provides a lot of good to one of these commissions. Do you necessarily want to get rid of them because of term limits? And to put a different perspective on it, I've heard said of some of our staff who've been here a very long time that that's the reason they're here, because they know a lot, they give a lot of good input, and there's a high value. So if someone can keep their job for, quarter of a century, why should we put necessarily a limit on a commissioner who does a very good job? Again, I think the thing that's imperative here is, instead of doing what we've done in the past, which is just assuming that if somebody reapplies, then they will be reappointed, and we ran into a difficulty with that recently, simply open it up each time to interviews, including the sitting commissioners. And then it's also, I think, the argument is good that it's very parallel to what we do as elected members who sit on this dais. We, every 4 years, are expected to go out with our ideas and beliefs about this community and put it before the community, and if they want us back on the council, they'll vote that way. So I think it sets it up in a very parallel fashion. If we simply say, when a seat's open, it'll be open to everybody, including the incumbent.
Other thoughts? Mr. Mott?
I'll just say that it's an odd day when I've got my two colleagues working together.
You're in the vice right now. Yeah.
Yeah, and so when this happens, I've actually compelled to try to support an idea. So to follow on the discussion that Mr. Grocott has brought up, if the intent would be that a person serves a 3-year term, that is now considered an empty office at the end of the term, and he or she can reapply, but that is a new term, and we're looking for new applicants, but that person is not automatically reappointed, but has to go through the interview process as everybody else. Is that your intent?
Yes.
Is that your intent?
It's one of the possibilities I was willing to look at. I was also willing to look at possibly re-interviewing the applicant and deciding if we wanted to go out to market. But I'm fine with either. Either way works for me. I believe that we needed a process where people didn't sit up there for 9 years and they had to come back and explain their accomplishments. I mean, if you sit 3 years on a commission, I want to know what you did. And we don't have the bandwidth or the time to sit through all of these meetings, go through all of these minutes, and on top of it, it makes it really, I think, uncomfortable for a lot of the commissioners to have a city council member sitting in the background all the time and just, jotting down notes. So I think you can come forward just not unlike an election, but more of like, hey, this is what I did for 3 years. I'd like to reappoint it. This is what I would like to do moving forward, and it just makes it an open process. So yeah, that I could definitely support the spin that Mr. Grocott has on it. I wouldn't have any issue with that. I hear our city attorney mumbling, though, so I'm wondering if he has anything to chime in.
It's just, this is a pure policy decision. The current ordinance has a 9-year term, and you have to have a gap before you can be reconsidered, and the 9 years applies concurrently with the different commissions, so you can serve a total of 9 years on all commissions. The change you have before you tonight would change that slightly to be 6 years total, but you can serve in succession on different commissions, so you could actually serve longer on commissions with the revision, and it still maintains the 1 year gap. So if you're a good planning commissioner and you serve your full 6 years, you could go off, and then you could wait till the next round of appointments and then be reappointed.
So the whole point of this, the whole point of this is, I think, at least the way I always approached it, is we were looking to, at least I thought the way it was brought up, and I don't know who exactly of us brought this up, because I don't think it was me, but maybe it was somebody on the end who is now voting against it, but that's fine. That's all well and good. Sometimes you...
Well, I didn't bring up term limits. I brought up the
I understand,
process.
but the process of trying to get new people involved. And I think when you have incumbents, I don't care how you slice it, it's more difficult to judge how people again, the commissions that we're looking at here, we're looking at planning, park and rec, arts and culture, to sort of rebut a bit of what Mr. Grocott said about, there's a whole difference in my mind, staff doing a job and as a professional for 25 years and a volunteer serving on a planning commission. I don't expect that people are going to have a huge planning, necessarily, a huge planning background when they come on planning commission, or a huge park and rec background. They may never have been to a park. I mean, I would hope they have, but you know what I'm saying is there's no skill set except common sense and wanting to get involved and be a volunteer. And I think what we're trying to do, at least my thought on this, when it was brought up, and I bought into it, was that we want to get people with new ideas every 6 years, and people want to volunteer, and they still are volunteering, despite what was possibly said by one of the speakers. We still have more people applying than we have jobs or spots open. So I really believe that this is a matter of getting more and more people involved. I know if there are people that are going to be incumbents, and I'm going to go up against someone that's going to be an incumbent, even in a planning commission situation, I'm thinking to myself, gee, what's the council going to do? This person's done a nice job for 6 years. Why am I going to be, how can I sell myself more when I'm just a volunteer and I want to get involved? And that's one of the reasons why I was supporting this, and I thought it was a good idea to begin with, to get more people involved with this thing. So.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, not to cut in front of you, but I completely agree with you, Mr. Grizzly. I think there's just two different ways to do it. Whereas
Right.
either term limits or open market, they both want to accomplish the same thing.
I understand.
So, you know.
But I'm willing to support this ordinance tonight. So.
Yeah, and I'll say, because I was one of the proponents to support this and this change. Why I think the proposal was made is the interest and the caliber of candidates applying for these positions really changed in the last year or two. We have probably had in the last year and a half interviewed for 4 to 5 positions for planning and park and rec, in which we had 10 to 12 applicants, and we were choosing one person. And we had 9-year terms. So the first thinking was, hey, let's try to get more people involved, different people involved. And these are new people that have moved into town, young people, from other parts of the world, more diversity that I saw in San Carlos, and wanted to get an opportunity for these people. So that was a change from 9 to 6. I think the other thing that drove it is I personally felt that people who want to get involved in San Carlos get involved in all different ways. So if you serve on arts and culture for 6 years, why serve another 3 years? Why don't you go for park and rec or planning? Why don't you try something else? Or why don't you try to chair hometown days or get involved in Chicken's Ball? I mean, people who get involved in the city get involved in lots of things. And in one life, I think, I feel strongly, the type of people, I need to be careful because this is how I feel, but I do think there are a new breed of people coming into town that want to do different things and change. And so that's why I thought changing to a shorter term, getting more rotation, giving people more opportunity. We've had tremendous demand for these jobs, and this would actually solve some of that. So that is what drove it. I'll end by saying, though, I don't feel real strongly. I appreciate Mr. Grocott, Mr. Klein's comment. The system works now. Don't feel strongly. We need to change it. But those were the original thoughts on why we brought this up.
Through the chair?
Yeah, Mr. Ahmad?
Mr. Rubens, we've done a first reading on this ordinance. How much time what is the maximum time between readings of ordinances for it to be adopted?
There's a minimum time, but I don't believe there's a maximum time. You could certainly continue it one more time to consider.
Mr. Mayor, let me make an offer that we continue this for a moment. If it's the mayor's pleasure to set up a subcommittee of Mr. Grocott and Mr. Klein to come back with recommendations for a better ordinance, I would be inclined to listen to that. And if there's no better idea, then we can do the second reading and accept this.
I'd be acceptable to that. Yeah, I think that'd be good.
Through the chair, with all due respect, we had this is the third time we've talked about this. Fourth, thank you, Mr. Klein. You're helping me here. Thank you. Fourth time we talked about this. If we've got some ideas, let's change this one, and then you just start over from scratch again. To me, we've talked about this. If you don't want to vote for it, that's fine. And let's turn it down, and then let's start over, I guess. But I don't know. It sounds like we're going to change it if the third vote goes that way. So why not just vote this down and start from scratch and have somebody do it? I don't know.
So if there's no other thoughts, maybe why don't we take a vote? See how it goes. Any other thoughts before we do that?
Yes, before we do that, I was going to ask for an indication of the vote, because if it's going to go a certain way, then I will propose a compromise. Can we get an indication of the vote? Is that permissible, Mr. City Attorney? They do it in Congress.
They do a lot in Congress.
There's been straw polls people do up at the dais, and it's not your final vote. Just make it clear.
Very good. May we do that?
You know where I'm going.
Yeah, I'm voting no. I know Mr. Grisilli's voting yes, so us two down here don't count right now.
No, I'm going, so it's the mayor and the vice mayor.
So let's hear a motion.
Well, I'll be happy to make a motion. It can always be a
But
motion.
if we vote, then we... here's what I'm after is an indication of the vote, because if the vote is going to go a certain way, then I will propose a compromise, and we can see how the compromise goes. It might flame out, it might survive. So can we just do a straw poll here?
I would encourage the council member to make it anyways, because I think
You can always do a substitute motion even after my motion.
So okay, then I'll go ahead and make the...
Okay, well, I'll make a motion to start this off to approve, adopt ordinance 1425. I won't read it all because it sounds like we're going to be going on here a minute. So that we have in front of us item 8A.
Second.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Mr.
I just
Grocott,
gave it
second.
to you.
Mr. Grocott,
Okay.
second.
So I would like to make an amendment to the agenda item, and therefore to the motion. And that,
Excuse me, through the
yes,
chair.
Yes.
Just because we're dealing with an ordinance amendment.
Yes.
Procedurally, what you'd be doing is you'd be directing us to go back and reintroduce. You'd be reintroducing the ordinance with a change in it, and then it would come back at another meeting.
So I should do
for
that
final.
as a competing motion then.
That would be it.
Okay, so a competing motion here is that we send this back as written to staff for an amendment. And that amendment would be simply that we would add language to the ordinance directing council to interview all candidates, including the incumbent, as a part of this ordinance.
there would still be term limits.
There would still be term limits, but we would also be giving direction to this council and future councils to always interview applicants, including the incumbents.
For discussion, I'll second.
So just so I understand your motion, so in other words, the term would be 3 years. I believe our terms are 3 years. So Mr. Jones is on Planning Commission for 3 years. His term is up. He and anyone else who would like to apply would be interviewed then for the next 3 years.
Correct. The city clerk would
So
put
everybody
out
understands what the motion is.
right. The city clerk would put out a notice that
Not in 6 years, every 3 years.
3 years.
every
'cause
3 years.
3 years.
That,
Yeah.
yeah.
Understand.
And does this, we would still keep the 6-year term, or is this a 9-year term?
6.
In this case, it's 6.
It's 3 plus 3.
Okay.
3 plus 3. Okay, we have a motion, an amended motion and a second. Can we take roll call?
Well, I haven't heard the second. Mr.
I did second
I
for.
apologize.
He did a second
I
for,
didn't
so we would be able to talk about it. Roll call.
Just to be clear before the roll call, the amendment is to consider that as to reintroduce the ordinance with that change, or do you want us to bring it back as a new ordinance? Because you haven't seen the language. I'd like more precise language that I can refer to, so I'm starting to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think we could simply reintroduce it with the amendment. We don't have to.
That's what I'm after. Is,
yeah.
Just procedurally, that's what.
Sorry,
the motion
I wasn't
is.
clear on that. So is that okay with Mr. Ahmad?
I'm happy to second.
Yeah. Okay. It shortens the process. If I
Everybody understand what we're voting for? Not how we're voting, what we're voting for? Okay.
So we're voting on the substitute amendment first.
Yes. Okay. 3 plus 3, what I call it. Ms. Boland.
Okay. Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
No.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
I'm just all over the board tonight. No.
Mayor Royce?
No. Okay.
Motion fails.
Any discussion before we go back to the original motion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Klein?
No.
Mayor Royce?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your patience on that. Term limits. All right. Okay, on to new business, 9. We actually have about a half a dozen items here. First one is consideration of refunding appeal fees of Michael. I'm sorry, Michael. Mr. Griselli, you help me with this one. Michael, how? Apolnik regarding Verizon appeal at 920 Buckland Avenue. Do we have a report on this? Ms. Nelson from our planning department?
Good evening. Good evening. Deborah Nelson, planning manager. There isn't a staff recommendation regarding this matter, but I did prepare a brief report for you. The appeal fee is set by the council resolution of the fees that you set every May or June. And to date, we haven't received a formal request in our office, either verbally or in writing, but we did bring this forward to you because you had asked. The fee you set for appeals is a 33% cost recovery. There isn't a written policy or any language in the ordinance that allows you to do this, but you have in previous appeals refunded the fee. And the most recent one was an appeal of a zoning administrator decision that went to the Planning Commission, which was upheld and went to your body, and it was also upheld, but you refunded one of those appeal fees. If you did refund it, it's $1,694 to the appellants, and in this case, for the Buckland Avenue project, there were 10 neighbors that got together and did the appeal. The application itself has been withdrawn by the original applicant, and they are now going to pursue a change to the cellular phone equipment, which will not require a permit before a hearing, but will require a building permit. And that's my report.
Great. Any questions from council?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. If you could you please explain to me the 33% cost recovery? I'm confused on that term. Does that mean that $1,694 is a third of our cost recovery?
Yes.
So in effect, this would be about the cost was really $5,100?
Yeah, when we did the study now a year and a half ago and started the study long before that, the fully burdened costs of the city to bring an item before public hearing were loaded into various kinds of permit fees. And similar to many other communities and your past practice, the council stated that you wanted to keep an appeal fee at a rate which didn't prohibit people financially from appealing, but also wasn't so low that you would get frivolous appeals. And you set it at 33%, and that came out to
$1,694. Okay,
right.
I understand. The reason why I'm sort of inclined to at least give the appellant some of this, if not all of it, back, is I'm concerned that he may appeal. that even though you say it goes to a building permit, isn't that an appeal, or maybe Mr. Rubens can answer the question, isn't that appealable?
Ministerial decisions are not, but administrative decisions. So if there's any discretion in granting the permit, like conditions can be added, then yes. And I think that's the case in this one.
Well, that's my point. So I guess I'm looking at that they stopped one section, they moved to another section, so the individual appealed, paid the $16.94, even though the applicant withdrew, they might come on this back door or side door in with another one. He's going to have to come up with another the group is going to have to come up with another $16.94, assuming they want to appeal that one.
That's true. It occurs to me that you could make the decision at that point in time if that appeal comes as well. I mean, it doesn't have to be done now if your intent is to not have this particular appellant have to pay 2 fees.
Well, I'm just concerned that there are some situations that I see that a person will withdraw an application and will never come back.
Yeah.
Ever. This isn't that case. They're going to go in a different door, and so the appellants might still be there. That's why I'm a little bit leaning to. And maybe you're right. Maybe we wait till the next time and do this. But I'm just concerned that he's going to get the appellant's going to have to keep coming up because they're coming in a different door, and they'll stop that door and come in a third door. And I mean that's what I'm concerned about. So.
Other questions?
Just comments.
Please, Mr. Klein, thoughts?
Do we have any public comment?
Comments? Yeah, why don't we get, would anybody like to speak on this? Please. Any other speakers besides Brian Randall? Welcome, Brian. Please.
Gentlemen, Brian Randall, San Carlos. I'm very much in favor of refunding this appeal. I agree with Mr. Grassilli. This big company can come in time and time again, and he'll have to pay the fee, and they'll wear him down. I agree with that. He should get a refund. And I know just how much trouble those people have had to put up with over this. And I saw at one of our meetings a representative of the company bully a woman who lives there to the point of tears. And I'm very much for refunding that fee. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Mr. Klein?
Yeah, the reason I brought this up when I think it was at the last meeting is I don't come from the same school that Mr. Grassilli does on whether they're going to go in the back door. I agree that's probably a distinct possibility. But my reasoning is Mr. Opalenik paid to fight. He didn't get to fight. There was no win. There was no loss. The other team just walked away, and I don't think you should be paid for a forfeit, essentially. I mean, if he had fought and lost, we take his money. If he had fought and won, we take his money. But when someone pays to fight and the other team doesn't show up, I don't think we should take any money. That's just the way I come across it. If they're going to throw in the towel, we shouldn't charge a fee for that, regardless of what they're going to go in the back door or not. I think if he had won, we take his money. If he had lost, we take his money. But since the other side just withdrew, I don't think there's any reason to take his money. And I'm not about giving money back either. So this actually meant something to me.
Vice Mayor Ahmad?
I'd be inclined to the refund.
Mr. Grocott?
I'm inclined to refund. I agree with the comments that have been made, so
Sounds like we're ready for a
don't need to
motion.
add to
It
it.
sounds like it.
I move to refund the appeal fees of Michael Opalenik regarding Verizon appeal at 920 Buckland Avenue.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Yes.
Councilmember Grassilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes. Okay. Moving on to new business again, 9B. This is discussion regarding consideration of amendments to our San Carlos Municipal Code to provide an administrative process for refunds of appeal fees. Funny, this one follows the previous one.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Jeff Maltby, City Manager. I asked this item be put on the agenda tonight so that you could continue the discussion that you started on the previous item. It's my belief that in these instances, it's much better for the council and the city, the staff, and the future appellants if we've got a policy that provides some clear direction and parameters for whether or not we'd be providing these refunds in the case of an appellant that's successful or not successful, or that because of a forfeiture. And as you can see from the previous discussion, there is some differing viewpoints on why the refund that you just granted may have been granted for each of you. I think moving forward, we'd be in a better position to defend these kinds of things and these decisions if we had a uniform policy. But that, of course, is up to the council, so we brought this forward so that you could provide us a little direction.
Great. Questions? Maybe start on my left here. Sorry. Oh, good.
Mr. Maltby, I'm sorry. Do we know of any other cities that have ordinances like this?
Nope, we could look into that for you.
Because, I mean, to me,
and this wouldn't be an ordinance, it would be a policy.
Policy. I mean, and again, with all due respect, I've been on here for 5 years. This is only the second time this has ever come up. We don't have a lot of appeals, luckily, anyway. Even on Planning Commission, when I was there for 6 years, I can only think of, I'm not even sure there was one or two in those 6 years that reached this level. I appreciate staff's situation because certainly if it's codified or a policy, it makes it a lot easier. You can just say to Mr. Jones or Mr. Smith, this is what's going to happen. I tend to sort of look at these as unique situations. I mean, this one is more unique than the last one we had a couple of years ago. And again, maybe I'm just being naive, but if you make a policy, maybe there's going to be even more appeals, so to speak, of how, again, then I guess they'll be codified if we can cover everything in the ordinance. That's the only, or the policy. That's the only thing I was worried about is, can you cover every eventuality? And that's why I asked if other cities had it. If there's a template or other cities have done this, I probably would more inclined to go with it. But I'm right now I'm not really sure that I'm support unless I had some facts saying, well, it happens over here in these cities and they've worked it through. But I certainly appreciate what staff wants to do. It makes it a lot easier in that situation, so there's people aren't coming in and going, well, gee, they just gave a refund for them. How come you can't give it for us?
Right. And while I certainly appreciate that the circumstances of each appeal are always going to be unique, these things tend to be project specific, so they're very much unique items. The outcomes tend to be actually fairly universal in that it's sort of win-lose draw. And so to the extent that the council wants to provide direction to staff, this council, and I think most importantly future councils, as to what your direction at this time would be on handling those situations, what your guidance and viewpoint would be. If you're, for example, just going to, if you win your appeal, no matter what it is, what it's about, you get your money back. If there's a forfeit, maybe universally you get your money back. Or maybe you say no in the future. If you pay to play, that's it. So that's how we viewed it.
Yeah, we split the baby I remember the last time we actually split it last time when we had the Harmony Yogurt one.
I believe it was a 50-50.
50-50. I mean, I'd be more inclined to go along not so much to the design and ordinance as to get more information what other cities are doing, as opposed to even having staff design an ordinance before. Just information brought back to us. This is what other places are doing, and then the council could decide, okay, this other people are doing it or other people aren't doing it, and then we can develop an ordinance from there. But that's just one council person's opinion, so I'd like to listen to my fellow council members on it.
Yeah, so before we get too far with council discussion, anybody like to speak on this item? Be welcome to do so. Okay, Mr. Grocott, please.
The only thing that comes to mind based on the staff report is there are just straight up costs, like the cost of mailing for noticing and so forth. And I could see something giving policy direction that would say the fee can be redeemed if somebody wants to appeal for that. But what is not appealable are the straight up costs of the city, such as paying for the noticing and the mailing and so forth, because that just seems fair.
Other thoughts, comments, questions?
I mean, I'll go along with Councilman Grassilli on that. We can see what other cities do, but my whole thing is I think we should charge them if they win and we should charge them if they lose. But if the other side forfeits. I don't see, I mean, they paid all that money essentially for nothing for the other side to walk away, and I have a problem charging people for that. But I'm willing to wait if the rest of the council would like to see what the other cities do.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see some more data.
Mr. Mayor, just one other item, and I understand it sounds like we'll be hearing this again, but I'll just throw out a comment while it is in my mind, and that is, even in the case we just looked at, it could be that Verizon walked away from the game, to use your analogy, partly because of what was done, and there's some value in that. So even though we just voted to, give back all the money, it could be argued that just putting up the money, having staff work on it, and so forth, caused the other party to walk away, and there's value in that.
Okay. So what I'm hearing from council, I think there's pretty much consensus to get a little more data and no change at this point on this item. Clear on that? Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wall.
Thank you. Okay, 9C. We have a presentation by the Park and Rec Foundation. Mr. Long's coming up. This is consideration for approval of a Park Phase 2 conceptual design and directs staff to work with Parks and Rec Foundation of San Carlos to develop fundraising strategies to secure project funding. What is this project about, Mr. Long?
If it pleases the council, I would like to give a brief introduction and then turn the microphone over to Peter Arnold of Abbey Arnold Associates, who is the landscape architect for this, followed by the ubiquitous Steve Divney, who represents the Parks and Recreation Foundation.
Could you spell ubiquitous for me?
I can barely say it. And then we would, between the three of us, would be happy to entertain any questions that the council may have. Just as point of introduction of this project, I was working with the Parks and Recreation Foundation, who was looking to identify another project for fundraising purposes, something that would be very beneficial to this community. We focused on a number of items, but they finally agreed and voted unanimously to consider what we're terming Burton Park Phase 2. And Burton Park Phase 2, we'll go into details in just a minute, but basically, as you recall, Burton Park recently had its playground renovated, and this would add some additional amenities, which would include a stage, bocce ball courts, and renovating of the existing basketball courts. Some of you may know, and perhaps remember, that there was an amphitheater at one time at Burton Park. Putting a permanent stage there has tremendous potential for programming and opportunities, including outdoor theater. We can host our summer concert series. We can do movies in the park. There's just boundless opportunities for recreation programming. And we thought, because Burton is so centrally located and it is frequently by most people in our community, and it is somewhat of a regional park, that this would be a good location to add amenities to. With that, I would like to bring up Peter Arnold, who is, again, the landscape architect in designing this, and he will explain what we're looking at in terms of amenities for the park.
Mr. Arnold, welcome to San Carlos.
Very glad to be here. Very excited to work on this. Burton Park is a beautiful place, and visits that I've made there, you can tell that the people love it, and we're hoping to do the final link here. This is about the only part of the park that I would call unattractive, and we're trying to fix that. Currently, just orienting you to this drawing, this is a bird's eye view looking from over the where the water feature is about right now. We're probably 100 feet in the air or so, looking down. You can look in the background. My laser isn't very strong here, but you'll see the tennis courts, the existing tennis courts in the background, the basketball courts just below them, and then the proposed stage below that. Cedars on the right, chestnuts on the left. And the playground, the new playground facility, is bottom left-hand corner here. And the new bocce facility would be to the left of the basketball courts. And what we've done is we've taken the basketball courts and left them approximately where they are right now, made them a little bit shorter they're 85 feet rather than the current 95 feet, and creating a little more room. And then there's currently where the bocce courts are backboard, a concrete backboard wall that is unused, and it's all asphalt from Cedar to Chestnut. So the bocce courts would be 10 by 70. We would have little shade structures at each end. There's 2 courts, a couple picnic tables in there, a storage area, and on the basketball courts we would be including some fencing at each end for ball control to keep the balls within the courts. And there's an existing fence at the tennis courts on the one side to control the balls on that side. The stage is about 20 by 30 feet, so it's large enough to accommodate most functions. We kept it only 2 feet high above the surrounding grade and included a little paved area in front for dancing or for seating or other type of things that usually wear out turf so that it's more maintainable. And we have a very simple cover over that. And the cover would be able to have lighting put on a screen or just, we could hang backgrounds from it. And there would also be storage included in that stage. But we're very conceptual at this point, and the stage is has a lot of work to be done, but as it sits, we've come up with something that would work pretty well. And where the stage is located, it's currently just where the turf ends on the meadow. We've kind of placed it over the center of the stage, over where the turf ends. And you can see that on the right-hand side, the existing eucalyptus trees, and then we've added some planting between the basketball courts and the bocce courts to soften it, so get rid of some of the asphalt.
Great. So, Steve, you want to get up and talk, and then we'll see if anybody would like to speak on this too? Mr. Dibney, welcome.
Good evening. I'd say 185 Vine, but I'm not. I'm seemingly everywhere. Okay, Parks and Rec's Foundation. I'm one of the board members. We'll give a little history and how we're getting to, as Mr. Long says, phase 2. I call it pas deux. Okay, it's founded in 2007. We're going to look at that. This is the current board membership. There's a couple people who are on leaves of absences. I'm sure you recognize a lot of the names of people, as you, Mr. Royce, said, that get active in pretty much every and any phase of community activities over the years. So there were 7 people who actually started in late 2006, but the charter actually became official in 2007, and it was to renovate Burton Park. They raised a little over 50% of the playground funds, and the city kicked in through their CIP monies the rest. And at the end of the day, there were over 700 individual donors throughout the community in that amount. And it really demonstrated a great public-private partnership to improve what makes, what I think, San Carlos, which is our parks and our programs. You can see in mission up there, with the dollar signs for the S's. Over the last year or so, we've been looking at new project possibilities and then seeing how we can ramp up our fundraising, given that we knew there'd be another project or two. This is our purpose, the second bullet, primarily CIP monies, but we also reserve the right to spend the money on programs if need be. We do some scholarship monies for some of the Parks and Recs programs periodically too, and that falls into that. And also try to be the ambassadors for the city. So under project identification, we definitely consider some of the prior studies that have been done, community input through that, and then talking with our neighbors. Here's some of the highlights of some of the projects we consider over this past year for our next major project. Skate park, Lowell Street renovations in that little park there, and dog park, which was given some very serious consideration given that they had a pretty galvanized group of private citizens looking to make that happen. And then Burton Park, Phase 2. which recently came into the picture over the past few months, and I think has really sparked the foundation's interest. So what we've been doing over this past year is trying to ramp up our fundraising. Annual fund is just annual giving. We hit prior donors up for continued donations for the next big project. Good Life Kids calendar was a huge success. Bon V Studios, downtown local business, the Marquez family, donated all the mini photo shoot time and sessions, and then generated a great little calendar that is on sale. Pre-sales just ended, but you can go to Bon V Studios and see the link to that. All the monies, 100%, go to the foundation. So it's really, really a great fundraiser. And as you can see, we're going to get close to 10K plus just out of that, and it's the first year we've done it. And then the annual golf tournament, that's our signature event. We're trying to find an annual event, and I think this is it. John Minton and Marty Miller were the co-chairs. They did a fantastic job. We had 85 golfers and would-be golfers out there, 12 major sponsors, and we netted 14,000. And that was up at Poplar Creek. I wish we had a nice course in town, but we don't. But they did a great job hosting us there, great event, and we've already got it scheduled for next year. I believe it's September 9th, 2011. City match possibilities and discussions, and this kind of ties into the capacity, 50% for the next project. We haven't decided where we are on this, as you can tell from Mr. Long's prior introduction of Burton Park Phase 2. It's just getting off the ground. We thought we'd come to you and say, hey, this is something the board really likes. It's a great project. We think we can get excited about and get the public excited about and bring it to fruition. But it's a long-term project, 2 to 3 years of probably studies, engineering, fundraising, community input, outreach, consensus building, all that. And then also determining what we as a foundation can put up given the narrowing of the costs as we get closer to a final design. And brand awareness is the last thing we're really looking at here, good parks, programs, and people. And I think the last bullet, Burton Park Phase 2 really fits that bill, as I've been saying throughout. Some of the challenges we're looking at in order to get to that next phase is we're still a pretty new organization. We've got to grow the board by 3 to 5 members. We haven't decided how many, but there may be some people coming off of the board over the next year or so. So if you know folks who are looking to get involved, this would be a great way to do it. Branding, continuing to get the word out about our parks and programs. With the economy the way it is, maybe the timing stretches out a little bit more. We don't know. We're still going to be aggressive. And then I think we're done on our next project. I think Burton Park Phase 2 really would hit the heartstrings and galvanize the people and get them into action to not only commit their time but their treasure. And again, right now our best estimate is maybe it's a 3-year time frame. We don't know yet. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great. First, would anybody like to speak on this? Or any questions anybody has? No? Council, any questions, thoughts, comments? Mr. Grocott?
I don't know if it's a question, but I suppose I could put it in the form of a question if you like.
What is?
When I was looking at the stage, I was thinking, has the Children's Theater been approached? Because I would think of them as a stakeholder wanting their input, and it would go further that if I don't think for them it would be the ultimate answer for what they want, but it could provide, at least in good weather seasons, a venue for them to do their performances. And if you get their input and it's designed in such a way that accommodates them, you would also gain their support when it comes to raising money.
They're actually one of the groups that we will be approaching, and they're one of the ones that we have in mind that would use that to have offerings year-round in that as a complementary venue to their eventual home, which you probably know they're looking for right now, looking to raise money. They just started a campaign for that. But yeah, they're definitely one of the groups we're going to approach. There's music groups, chorale groups, et cetera, that have great local ties, great programs for local folks, whether it's children and adults. It's the same thing, and they're definitely one of the groups we're approaching.
Very good. And just as a note to my council members, I've been down to the outdoor theater at the private school in East Palo Alto. They have a summer series, and it's very entertaining, very well done, and so it's a very viable concept.
Mr. Sully, any
questions?
Thoughts? Mr.
Yeah,
Klein?
just a couple things. Mr. Dimney, one, as you guys move forward with this, looking at solar panels on the stage would be a nice additive because, I mean, you're going to have lighting and something that's going to have to pay for the basketball courts to remain lit. I love that you're thinking about redoing the basketball courts. I walked into Mr. Long's office so many times talking about the basketball courts. I think he really wants us to get this done, so I'll stop walking into his office. And then one suggestion in regards to the basketball courts. It's great that the plan is to shorten them. They're far too long, and no one really plays full court anymore. We're all kind of getting too old for that, and the kids usually play at the schools. But if you could approach the community service organizations, and possibly one of the sponsorship opportunities would be to purchase a backboard and have the emblem of the organization there. I think it would speak a lot to the town if all four were covered by either a Rotary or Kiwanis, Lions, etc. I think that's just one possibility for you guys.
Great. We'll definitely work on all that.
Mr. Mott? Yeah, I have a few thoughts, too. Along with Mr. Grocott, I know we're not into the design phase at all. But I think the point is talk to all of our groups in town. When you think about summer concerts like I'm involved in, sometimes it's more important to have a wall behind than a roof on top for sound. Children's theater, movie night, how are we going to use this? And so there's all those features. I think a really important one is when I see, even though it's only a 2-foot rise with stairs, I see all this little brass anti-skateboard type things going all the way around it. Well, maybe we could change our approach and rather than fight them, join them. And maybe there can be some opportunities to provide a place for our kids. I'd love to provide a place for our kids to have fun during the day and a stage at night and a theater on the weekend. I mean, there may be some multiple uses, but skateboards is a very popular thing, and I'd like to see more things for our kids. And my last thought is having lived facing Burden Park for 10 years, so this goes back 10 to 20 years. It may be old hat, but 2 bocce ball courts. There was a very active horseshoe group. Maybe they have all moved on or whatever, but do consider, because it's part of the heritage, there were, you could hear clinging, boom, horseshoe, 3-point every time, and just make sure we're not eliminating part of our heritage, and there could be still a user group with horseshoes. But I think bocce's is a great idea, and I think the drawing's beautiful. I think it's a great goal, a great vision. To a great service to our jewel of a park, Burden Park. It's great.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm willing to make a motion here to make a motion to approve the Burton Park 2 conceptual design Pod 2. I'm not sure if I said that right. I'm Italian, so I'm not French. And direct staff to work in cooperation with the Parks and Recreation Foundation of San Carlos to develop the fundraising strategies to secure project funding.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask if Mr. Grisilli has a conflict of interest, being that he's old and he's Italian, and there's bocce ball courts.
You didn't have to put the old part in there.
Sorry. There's second. There'll be no betting on the bocce ball courts, by the way. No betting. Okay. So we have
I second.
A motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Maude?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
For sure, yes. Okay, 9D, we're about halfway through our new business, almost there. Update, 9D is the update on the impact of proposed high-speed rail project in San Carlos and authorization for the mayor to send letters regarding high-speed rail. Mr. Mora?
All righty, I'll dial up our PowerPoint and we'll talk about high-speed rail. Let me introduce this topic this evening by mentioning that this is an item on the Council's strategic objectives that you brought to us in August. As Council will recall, we scheduled this a couple times here. We moved it back a couple times waiting for some more information from high-speed rail. I guess the executive summary is the information never came, so we decided to move it forward, so we're here tonight. Talk a little bit about the staff's approach. Staff has been working on high-speed rail from the first time that the High-Speed Rail Authority contacted us back in 2009. As we indicate in the staff report, San Carlos has a lot of experience with grade crossings. We did the Britton Howard grade crossings in the 90s, and then more recently the Holly-Ralston Harbor project in association with the county and the city of Belmont. Our approach in this project, as with the other two, is to work with the community, to work within the process, to maximize the number of alternatives that are available to the community, to minimize our impacts, to maximize the benefit to the community from the rail project, and to avoid direct costs if possible. Key milestones in San Carlos, reminding the council of your prior actions to date. You've seen this project several times before. In 2009, you submitted comments on the EIR scoping. In July, you approved the high-speed rail outreach plan. In September, you appointed Vice Mayor Ahmad as your council liaison, and he continues in that role to this day. In February of this year, you approved a report on the updated outreach plan in San Carlos. And then in May, you worked with staff on a detailed comment letter on the alternatives analysis. And in fact, to my knowledge, San Carlos was the first city along the route to prepare such a letter. And then, as I noted, in August, Council asked us to give you an update on the project. To remind you about the May letter, we met with the community in April, and that was a follow-up to meetings that we've done over the last 2 years at various events, including the Hot Harvest Night Farmers Market and various community workshops. Some of the things that San Carlos asked for in its letter were to run all 4 tracks on the same level so that the project could both benefit Caltrain and high-speed rail rather than just high-speed rail. That we explore the cost differential between the various overhead and underground alignment options. That we look at viaduct options for San Carlos. I think it's worth noting, and you probably saw it in the May report, that during our presentation and workshop for the community, there was a lot of energy around that particular opportunity. It has the ability to open up the east-west connectivity in both the R&D area and the GSIC neighborhood, and it also has the possibility of development of parks and other opportunities under the viaduct and visibility. There have been questions from the council and the community about whether the various design options can be built within the right-of-way that's available. There was a strong desire to look at design options that do not impact Old County Road, if at all possible. And finally, questions about how would this project in its various forms potentially impact the proposed San Carlos Transit Village development. Here's just a couple of quick pictures just so we're all on the same page in terms of some of the terminology. We're all familiar with at-grade crossings where trains cross at grade with traffic, and obviously in San Carlos by doing the Holly-Ralston Harbor and the Britton Howard projects, we've eliminated these in the community. All of our crossings are now aerial. This is the berm that we're all very familiar with, berm construction that is in San Carlos. This is a very economic way to raise train traffic, and this was done in San Carlos to be able to separate these crossings and to improve traffic safety at a cost-effective manner. Aerial viaduct is a topic that, or a concept that there's been a lot of interest in the high-speed rail project, and I think it's safe to say that most of the communities along the route have indicated that if high-speed rail is to be above ground, they would much prefer an aerial viaduct to a berm. In fact, I think it's safe to say that San Carlos is probably the only city in the comments that has expressed the support of a berm, a widened berm, if that is an option. And as you can see from these drawings, there are a number of ways to construct a berm in addition to the more traditional ones shown in the upper left-hand corner. There's also a series of archways and other decorative approaches if that's something we want to look at. And here's some of the opportunities that came up in our workshop this spring. People asked about additional pedestrian and bike connections, additional street crossings at grade or depressed, better visibility for east side businesses, better visibility for our train depot, potential for additional parking, green street features, landscaping, park sites, and even creek improvements. One of the interesting design studies that we were able to do in conjunction with Al Sylvain Community Development is to look at some of the viaduct designs on the East Coast and in Europe. And what you see is in some cases the use of the area under the viaduct can be both very nicely landscaped, and in some cases the developments can actually be built right into the viaduct, which again we don't see much on the West Coast, but again is common in Europe and to a certain extent on the East Coast. And here's some other designs of that. We wanted again to push the envelope a little bit and show you something a little more aesthetically pleasing perhaps than some of the more traditional viaduct concepts, and the same here. Then there's been a lot of talk moving now to the underground options about the so-called cut and cover trench option. This is sort of a hybrid option where a portion of the underground facility is closed and another portion is open. This is one of the alignments that high-speed rail has offered to the communities along with the so-called open trench. The main difference between the two is in the open trench, there's no need for ventilation fans, which can be quite noisy, whereas with the cut and cover trench, there is a requirement for the fans, which in some cases are noisier than the trains themselves. And then finally, we have what's called the so-called deep tunnel or subway, which due to the high cost, the High-Speed Rail Authority is only studying for the high-speed rail route. The Caltrain trains would remain at their current level under the proposals. Wanted to talk to you about some of the initial work that staff has done with high-speed rail engineers. While some of the communities have not initially taken advantage of the ability to meet with high-speed rail staff, that has not been the approach at San Carlos at all. We have taken advantage of every and all options. We've been meeting with high-speed rail engineers and staff monthly for the last 2 years. And we've learned a couple things about the options that are in front of us. For example, we have found that with some tweaks, the aerial viaduct can work with the existing right-of-way in San Carlos. But to do so, there are some tweaks that we may need to do. One is that one of the concepts that we've talked about with the engineers is to move the Caltrain platform south towards Cherry and Olive, and that allows us to avoid needing to move the historic train depot, and it also allows us, again, to fit everything within the right-of-way, both the improvements on Old County Road that the council funded or accepted the grant earlier this year, as well as the Transit Village project. We also have the potential of having additional east-west crossings. I've worked with Mr. Weil in Public Works, and one of the things that we've talked about is the potential of adding a pedestrian bike crossing north of Holly Street through the Transit Village area, as well as auto crossings around Cherry and Olive to tie into where the new platform would be, and several crossings in the south end of town near the industrial R&D area. And there is some considerations to think about in terms of height. The current designs for the aerial viaduct option show the structure roughly 5 feet higher than the current structures that we have in San Carlos, and going up an additional 5 feet to 10 feet if the city wishes to do the additional connections, the bike ped connection through the Transit Village and the various at-grade connections. So there's going to be a discussion point there, certainly. Looking at the various underground options, I think one of the staff's concerns is the current designs of those options show some pretty severe impacts on Old County Road on both sides of the street and businesses and residential. There are also several other issues that the engineers have pointed out to us. One is what they refer to as a series of problems called constructability. This relates to the fact that in San Carlos and Belmont, the tracks were elevated years ago with the so-called MSE, or mechanically stabilized earth design. And what that means is, in terms of the project, that it would be very difficult to go underground with the berms in place without some serious disruption to businesses in the community. And so that is a pretty significant barrier we're going to have to overcome. There also, as I indicated earlier, is the problem or the concern with the noise of the fans in both the cut and cover and deep tunnel options. Again, these fans run 24/7, and they are in many cases louder than the trains themselves. There hasn't been a lot of attention to this issue, but it's something that we'll want to flag. There also, according to the engineers, will be a need for an overhead facility, a so-called overhead shoe fly, very much like the current grade crossing, during the construction if there were to be an underground option. There are also concerns about the potential for cities that request such an option to have to pay for the difference in cost between the overhead and underground option. At this point, High Speed Rail has indicated to us and others that if the communities choose the aerial viaduct option, in other words, replacing the berm with the viaduct, that there would be no net cost to San Carlos for that scenario. And finally, there is, and I hadn't heard this term until our meeting last week with Redwood City and Belmont. As you know, the first segment for high-speed rail, it recently was decided to be built in the valley in the Fresno-Bakersfield area. And, of course, that presents a problem for the continued operation of Caltrain because the future of Caltrain initially was envisioned to involve electrification and tie-in with high-speed rail. So there's a new expression going around, apparently referred to as Caltrain hibernation, which I guess is a polite way of saying what happens if Caltrain goes away for a while. I hadn't really thought of it as hibernation. That always reminds me like Yogi Bear or something. But anyway, if Caltrain were to hibernate, as it were, this could change some of the underground options quite significantly, because obviously if the train is not running, and if there was a way to provide a substitute for the freight service, which is also currently contracted, you could in fact take out the berm and perhaps not even need the overhead shoe fly potentially. So while certainly this city's position, and I would imagine it would continue to be, is we'd prefer that Caltrain to continue to operate, or not hibernate to use that expression. If for some reason Caltrain goes down for a while, that actually opens up some additional options for high-speed rail, and that's something to be aware of. Wanted to also mention to you visualizations. Early on, San Carlos staff asked high-speed rail if we could get them to retain a visualization artist or firm to do some visualizations on the different height of the different structures in San Carlos. We'd like to see what the +5 and +10% designs look like. The engineers have indicated that in some respects actually going a bit higher might provide better visibility for the homes and the businesses on the other side of San Carlos. I think at the staff level we're having a hard time visualizing this, and so we asked for some visualizations. And it's kind of interesting, after we did, now other cities have asked for some visualizations too. So we're waiting for an answer from High Speed Rail on that, but it looks like there's a good chance we'll be able to get that, and we think that as the project moves forward, that'll make it easier for the community and for the council to have a sense of visually what some of these different choices are going to look like. Wanted to highlight for you, also in talking with Al Savay and Robert, all three of us agreed that one of the key areas that's going to be impacted potentially with high-speed rail is the question of the transit village. One of the items that's going to affect the transit village is this concept of moving the station platform south. The upside of that, as I indicated earlier, is it's going to allow us to fit the Old County Road project and the transit village and Caltrain electrification and high-speed rail all within that corridor if we're above ground. However, by moving the platform south, this may impact the design of the transit village, because you probably remember initially the design was to put retail around the station. However, if we start shifting the platform and the people southward, we may have to revisit that. There's also some implications beyond that of the timing of our environmental document. High-speed rail is doing a lot of work in terms of noise impacts, structural impacts, et cetera. And this raises some interesting questions about what comes first, both in terms of which environmental document moves ahead first, as well as which project constructs first. And there's questions about how it would work if the transit village was in place before high-speed rail was built, and vice versa. Staff flagged that several months ago. I've had meetings with the developer and the folks at the JPB, and I know both Al and Robert have as well. We're continuing those discussions, but at this point, it's the staff feeling that it might be wise to let the high-speed rail EIR go ahead first, so that we can have some of these questions answered before we move ahead with the transit village. That tends to delay that project, of course, but again, we want to make sure that we understand how those different projects play together. And again, this was a theme we heard both from the community and from the council this spring. I also wanted to talk to you a little bit about the three-city meeting that we had last week. This was the first of the joint meetings. To give you an idea of some of the activities that go on high-speed rail, each month there is a meeting of what's called the TWG, the Technical Working Group, and this is basically the public works directors and city staff. And then there's a second series of meetings called office hours, where key staff members from each city meet with the high-speed rail engineers on a one-on-one basis to look at plans. It occurred to staff and also to the high-speed rail folks a couple months ago that it would be instructive to begin to meet with neighboring cities as we begin to, as the high-speed rail team likes to refer to it, stitch together the corridor, is their expression, and look at the implications of the project on neighboring cities. So last week, literally, we had the first of these, what I call the three-city meetings. In San Carlos's case, this was a joint meeting with Redwood City and Belmont. For San Carlos, I was there along with Al Savay, Robert Weil, our interim manager, Jeff Malpe, and Councilmember Ahmad as our council liaison. Belmont had their community development director and traffic engineer, and Redwood City had Councilmember Pierce and one of their engineers. I think it's fair to say we found the meeting quite successful. It was a great opportunity to share some of the comments, design goals, and things that each of the cities are looking at. As you might imagine, both San Carlos and Redwood City are very interested in Cordilleras Creek and the potential to do some drainage improvements as part of this project. High-speed rail's indicated from day one to both San Carlos and Redwood City they're very willing to do this. Obviously, Cordilleras Creek is going to be impacted whether we go over the creek or under the creek. Apparently, if there's an underground alignment, they're going to, I think the expression was de-water the creek. I'm curious how that might work. But and that portion of the creek is actually in Redwood City. But we obviously have a high stake in Cordilleras Creek since we do have some flood concerns there. Another key area that is of interest between two cities, in this case Belmont and San Carlos, is the so-called F Street connection. I believe right now that's a PED connection rather than a vehicle connection. But that one is kind of close enough between the two cities that depending on the height of the structure over F Street, that will influence how high the structure can be in the two cities if it's aerial in both cities. It'll also have an impact if one city, such as San Carlos, is aerial and Belmont perhaps could be underground. So we'll continue to work with Belmont on the F Street question. That's kind of one of the flex points in this project. Another interesting concept, and we mentioned it in the staff report, is recently Redwood City was successful in having the so-called supplemental alternative analysis, or the supplemental AA as it's called, amended to allow an underground alignment to be studied in Redwood City as well as an overhead alignment. And in Redwood City, just so you know, if you haven't been through the plans, they have sort of a very challenging series of streets as it relates to high-speed rail. They have 6 potential grade crossings. You probably thought over the years when we had 3, that was exciting. They have 6. And one of the challenges they have, as you can see by the next the next bullet point, is they have the interchange at Woodside Road and 84, which is, of course, aerial. So you can't really go over that, and you probably can't go under it either. And so under both scenarios in Redwood City, by the time you get to Woodside and 84, we have to be at grade. So that means that when Redwood City, if they're either coming up, they're going to have to come down during the path through Redwood City, or if they're down, they're going to have to start coming up. So the assumption here is that there's going to be some form of transition during the time in Redwood City. There's also the potential of having a high-speed rail station there. So Redwood City has many more variables than we do. I think one of the comments that we have made to Redwood City is that we are, as I note on the slide, we are particularly interested in how this will impact the portion of San Carlos that is south of Howard Avenue. The good news for San Carlos, I think, is in talking to the high-speed rail designers, again, mentioning the earlier question of constructability, they definitely do not want to touch, if at all possible, the MSE, the dirt berm wall, if possible, during construction. So their proposal would be that any transition from a overhead structure in San Carlos to an underground design in Redwood City, if that's the way they go, would occur south of Howard and where the berm starts to end. And I think that would probably minimize much of our impact and concerns, although obviously we'll want to be involved in the designs, again, on our border. In terms of the San Carlos thoughts from staff, there was a lot of interest at the meeting. We've had requests from Belmont and Redwood City both to get the staff materials relating to street connections, design, use of the aerial, the area under aerial viaduct. I think it's safe to say that neither city has studied it to the level that we have, and so they've asked for a lot of our materials, and we will provide them to them, of course. There's additional meetings planned in this 3-city format. High-speed rail is thinking that this was successful enough with our meeting and the others that perhaps every second or third month, rather than having the meeting with one city, they now want to have these multi-city meetings. However, the Belmont folks, they had an interesting expression. They referred to it as they would like to, quote, change dance partners from time to time, which I think means that instead of meeting with San Carlos and Redwood City each time, they'd also like to meet from San Mateo from time to time, since obviously in their case they have San Carlos on one side and San Mateo on the other. Certainly we think that would be fine. And whether we're meeting every 3 months with those 3 cities, Redwood City, Belmont, San Carlos, or whether there's the change in dance partners happening where we're only meeting with Redwood City alone from time to time, we think that would be fine too. And then finally, just to wrap up before we get into questions from the council, we have attached for you 3 letters on high-speed rail that have been circulating among different cities. We've had requests from other communities to send letters on these 3 topics, and so we present them to you tonight for your comment and potentially for allowing Mayor Royce to send 1, 2, or all 3 of these letters. One has to do with extending the comment period on the draft EIR and the draft EIS Initially, it was going to be released at the end of this year, and there was to be a 45-day comment period. In light of the decision to build the first high-speed rail segment in the valley versus in this area, the EIR is now being delayed past December 31st, and staff believes that this letter may sort of be moot. Councilmember Ahmad may wish to comment on that as well, but if you wish, you can still send that letter. The second letter is very important to the cities that would like to look at the underground options, and in particular would like to not have to pay for the differential in cost between the overhead and underground. This doesn't really affect San Carlos at this point because the best option for us, based on the designs we've seen to date, is to remain overhead. However, these letters also talk about funding for additional studies. The Peninsula segment of high-speed rail recently got $12 million of new money through the funding that allowed the Valley segment of high-speed rail to move ahead. And while we're not requesting an underground segment at this point, we think that sending this letter is fine, and we have a draft of that as letter 2 for you. And then finally, in letter 3, there's a letter circulating among the cities that wants to endorse Caltrain, emphasize its importance to the area, reinforce the fact that we appreciate the help that we've been getting from Caltrain, JPB staff, as well as what's called the Peninsula Rail Project, PRP, which is a joint effort between the high-speed rail and the JPB and Caltrain, and also to express our appreciation for the work and efforts of the high-speed rail staff. Staff certainly can support that letter. We've had good relations with all of the groups, Caltrain, PRP, and high-speed rail. So we present those 3 letters to you. Again, it's up to the council whether you wish to send some or all of those and whether you have any comments. And with that, I'll turn it over for your questions or comments.
Yeah, well, first,
Vice Mayor Ahmad may have something to add as well.
Yeah, well, first I want to thank you for all your time, and Vice Mayor Ahmad, that you're spending on high-speed rail. It's a very important topic for San Carlos. With that, questions from council? The report? Anybody would like to speak on high-speed rail on 9D here? Yes, please. Dimitri, come on up. If anybody else would like to speak, if you could kind of get towards the front of the room, it'd be great. All right, welcome.
One of the questions I have regarding the study, I'm concerned that Redwood City is considering going underground and is requesting for funding for that, as is Belmont. And my question is, why isn't San Carlos? So one would think that you'd want a unified approach across the 3 communities. And the other is how much of a consideration or a lack of consideration for going underground does the transit village hold in your recommendation?
Mr. Moore? Yes?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, let me comment on those questions. I think there's some good ones. First of all, in the case of the alignments, in the case of Redwood City, they've asked for a study of both overhead and underground, and we had asked for that as well initially. In Redwood City, I think it's fair to say, as I indicated earlier, that a portion of the line will be either overhead or underground, but all of it probably won't be because, again, of this need to be at grade by the time you get to Woodside Road. So I think it's fair to say in Redwood City, part of it will be at grade and part of it will be overhead or underground, and again, that's still to be decided. In San Carlos and Belmont, it's a little more challenging, and again, I'll defer to Mr. Weil if he wants to join in on this, because this gets a little technical, but I think it's fair to say because we both share the MSE dirt berm wall, it severely limits the ability to consider an underground alternative without some pretty significant impacts, particularly as it relates to Old County Road. To give you an example, in the initial designs that we've been shown by the high-speed rail engineers for the underground alignment, Old County Road's pretty much wiped out under that scenario. The road is closed, businesses on both sides are impacted, homes on both sides are impacted, pretty severe. In addition, you're trenching Holly and some of the other streets, and potentially you're building an overhead structure along where the transit village is. So that's part of the reason that if we've looked at the choices, we think, as far as the initial EIR, that both for constructability reasons and in terms of impact on the community, it would seem that underground is not a very attractive option. The one variation on that theme, of course, is the so-called Caltrain hibernation. If Caltrain goes away and there is no facility operating, obviously you could take out the berm and all of that. In terms of the transit village, it is true that if the transit village is not constructed, there is an opportunity to do some of the detouring on that land or that portion of the land. I think until recently there has been some resistance on the part of the JPB to consider that. I think it's fair to say recently that there's been less resistance to that concept. So the transit village is a key variable in all of this. I think in terms of the staff approach to this, what we've been trying to do is not only look at the options that minimize the impact on the community, both the residents and the businesses, but also the council's earlier direction to us to try to achieve all of the projects. In other words, to be able to do the Old County Road beautification and connectivity and the transit village and Caltrain electrification and high-speed rail. And based on the work that we've seen to date, you can sort of have it all, if that's the right term. With an aerial viaduct design, you definitely cannot have it all, if that's the right term, with the underground designs. There's quite a bit of impacts that we would have to address. And I don't know if Robert, if you'd like to add anything to that.
Mr. Weil, hi.
Robert Weil, Public Works Director. Just a few things to add. The ruling out the underground trenching option in San Carlos didn't come from city staff. That came from the high-speed rail's alternatives analysis. And the same analysis applies both to Belmont and San Carlos. So I guess my version of it is that we're accepting that reality and Belmont isn't. That really, I totally agree with what Brian Morris said, that if you keep Caltrain in operation, you can't really build this underground trench without a huge impact. We saw, as we talked about in May, we saw some photos of what an underground trench looked like, and it just takes a bigger footprint. I guess that's all I needed to add. Yeah.
Okay. Would anybody else like to speak on this? And by the way, Dimitri, can you fill out a speaker card before you leave tonight and drop it off with Christine? Please, come on up here, short. Go ahead. And anybody else? Okay. Come on.
So I appreciate the work, Robert and Brian, that you guys have done. What I think is very important as a community for us to understand is that anything that limits the ability to design high-speed rail right is something that the community needs to look at very, very, very seriously. And my concern is that there are certain assumptions being made. The assumption is that the berm has to be in place in order to keep Caltrain running. We don't really know what's going to happen in terms of how high-speed rail is going to play out and the Caltrain electrification process is going to play out. But and because of that, we need to keep the options open, right? So what I'm saying is, I don't know if an underground trench or covered trench is the right alternative, or if a viaduct is the right alternative. But we need to explore all of them. If other cities are asking for additional funding, and it turns out that they can go underground, and that turns out to be the better solution, and San Carlos hasn't done so, and it's because it wants to do it, the transit village, which, clearly, I'm sure most people understand that GESC, Neighborhood Association, has some significant issues with the current design. It seems prudent to me that when we're studying this, that we look at the underlying assumptions and have option A. If Transit Village is not built, what's the best alternative? If it is built, under what circumstances is it built, what would be the right alternative? And then what really is the best way to do high-speed rail? I think that's the number one thing. How do we do high-speed rail in the best way that works with the community with the least amount of impact? Now, my concern is that we're saying, we can't go underground. The assumption there that city staff is doing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that you can't. It's going to impact Old County Road because of a development that hasn't even started yet. So that's all I wanted to say is let's let's understand what our working assumptions are. Let's make sure that we have a few different alternatives and go about this, as rationally as we can.
Great. Thanks. Great. Thank you. Appreciate your thoughts. Okay. With that, I think what I'm looking for then is a motion for approval of the three letters. Comments? More discussion?
I think we need a lot of discussion on this
please.
item, if
Mr. Grocott.
I may. And I first had some questions for staff, if I may. So the first question I have relates back to when I brought this up at our council retreat. Well, I appreciate the work that's gone into the report. What's glaringly missing from the report is anything that has to do with, I guess I would call it political matters surrounding high-speed rail. And that's partly, when I brought this up, that's what I was partly looking for. I've got a whole, I keep a nice folder like this on high-speed rail, and anytime I see an article in the paper on it, I clip it, I keep it, because I think these issues are, sometimes they go away, these articles, the issues in the articles, but for a lot of them are still pending and are still there. And, just as an example of some of these articles, lawmaker here has Jerry Hill takes aim at high-speed rail costs, which have gone up astronomically from when this was first put before the voters. But, Jerry Hill is taking aim at the costs and other conflicts. Stanford study, high-speed rail, a boondoggle, again, looking at the costs. Sumitian pushes to rein in high-speed rail. Again, one of his major issues is looking at the cost and the business plan. So these kind of things not addressed in the staff report. And what I'm fearing, Mr. Mora, is that I know I keep a file like this and I read all the local papers and make the time for that. I'm not speaking ill of my peers here on the dais, but I don't know that all of us have that kind of time or interest in going through the papers and picking up these articles. And so my concern is that us as decision makers, are we aware of all these things? And that's partly what I was looking for in the staff report, was something that would give us a full scope of what's going on politically surrounding this project. One last one, Gilroy rips high-speed rail like Palo Alto and Menlo Park pass vote of no confidence on the high-speed rail board. And certainly the board has had some problems and some issues. So that's just a comment on the staff report and something missing that I was definitely looking for when I brought it up. I have a question about, we've got these letters, and especially one of the letters, talks about things we're possibly looking for from high-speed rail. I guess we can get into those. We're going to go over those letters later.
If
I would like to, yes. There's an article here that says, last paragraph, meanwhile, Belmont, which also was slated in August for aerial tracks, was denied in its bid to have the authority study a trench. And so I'm wondering a little bit, whose call is it? I mean, if we send a letter, are we begging them to do something? Or it seems to me we would have a right as a community to demand that they provide, as you suggested, for instance, on this height issue. And I know it's Burlingame, they just went ahead and did their own height study and did a story pole depiction for their community to witness what the height of this thing will be. We're making the request. Do we get it, or do we not get it? Are we going begging on our knees, asking for a height study? Belmont asked for something, and they were snubbed.
Okay, let me respond to some of your questions, Councilmember Grocott. I think the first thing we did at the staff level in reviewing the request that the council made from August, which was to provide an update on the impact of high-speed rail in San Carlos and the impact on the neighboring communities, which we interpreted as Belmont and Redwood City. And we have looked at the correspondence, as you point out, that Belmont and Redwood City have had, and we also sat in, obviously, on the meeting last week with Belmont and Redwood City. elect the liaisons for each city. The elected officials were invited. I can't necessarily explain why the elected official in Belmont did not attend, but they did not. They sent 2 staff people. Our elected official, Mr. Ahmad, was there. The Redwood City liaison, Ms. Pierce, was there. I think it's fair to say that during the meeting last week, both the Belmont staff and Redwood City staff understand that there are some constructability issues, as Mr. Weil points out, with the underground alignments. And actually a considerable part of the meeting that we had last week was spent with the Belmont staff asking us questions about our review of the viaduct option, and actually some discussion about if Belmont does in fact end up on the viaduct option, how they would implement it. I think in terms of in San Carlos, the question of whether or not to go underground, certainly if the council wants to either request that or have further discussion of that, we can. As you probably know, in March, that was one of the options. San Carlos initially last year asked for pretty much every option to be studied. Overhead, underground, stacked, you name it, we had it studied. I think in staff's review of the underground alignments, it was pretty clear that they would be, I think to put it mildly, pretty disruptive in San Carlos in terms of trenching Holly, trenching our various streets, impacting and pretty much closing down Old County Road, in addition to the scenarios of the city having to pay for the difference between overhead and underground. Now, I do understand, as you point out, and frankly, that's the intent of one of these letters, that the other cities would like us to send this letter, and staff is recommending that you send the letter to the Congress member and the senators asking if there's any possibility that the federal government will pay for the difference in cost between the overhead and the underground alignment. Basically, I don't know if the offer is the right term, but the arrangement that High Speed Rail has made to San Carlos, and for that matter every city, is initially they offered us widening the berm at no cost. And then later, that was kind of amended, if you want to use that term, to offering us a viaduct at no cost. So I think it's pretty clear to date to say that if the city, for whatever reason, and again, obviously, this is still the environmental process. The council sent a letter in the spring. When the next step, the draft EIR, comes out, the council will again have a chance to weigh in, and you certainly, as the council, can offer what comments you want. You still have the opportunity to say, we'd sure like to see high-speed rail pay for the difference. But at this point, the high-speed rail position appears to be, and hence the need for one of these letters from the point of view of some of the other cities, that either the city and or its residents will make up the difference. And that, as you point out in the costs, not only has the cost of the berm and the viaduct gone up dramatically, but so too have the cost of the underground alignments gone up dramatically, and that differential that either the voters or the city has to make up has gone up. So that's still a choice, still an option, but it is something that along the way we could consider. Again, I don't know in terms of this letter to the Congress member whether that will result in enough additional funding at the federal level to make up that differential. And again, I don't know if Mr. Ahmad would like to comment further on that or not.
Let me ask a question, if I may. Mr. Ahmad may want to respond, but you talked about us paying for the differential between an aerial viaduct and underground.
Right.
Why is it that San Francisco and San Jose don't have to pay for that difference?
I'll defer that one to Mr. Ahmad since he's on the board.
I can't answer it at this point. What I do understand is that the new transit bay terminal, which is being constructed and is some multi-billion-dollar product, is going to be underground, is supposed to be a connector of Muni, Caltrain, high-speed rail, I believe some bus services and some other things like that. And the ability to get to that terminal, as I understand it, and I'm going to have to get people who are much better educated on that than I am, the only way to get to that terminal was underground. You could not construct a viaduct to get to that terminal. That's my understanding, but I'm happy to find more.
And I'd also add, I just noticed that Mr. Garvey, the high-speed rail liaison, is here. I don't know if you have any additional information on this, if you'd like to jump in.
Welcome, Mr. Garvey.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here again. I should explain just a little bit about the structure. The California High-Speed Rail Authority, which is the state agency that was created to build this system. They were the sponsors of the bond that passed 2 years ago, and their intent is to build the system. To do that, they've broken the state into 8 sections, and through a competitive process have selected a firm to do the environmental impact report and preliminary engineering in each of the 8 separate firms. The firm that was the successful competitor for this area, San Jose to San Francisco, is an engineering firm named HNTB, and they have a contract to complete the EIR. Part of the requirement on them was that they were to do community outreach, and that's not something they normally do, so they've hired subcontractors, and I am the subcontractor in San Mateo County working on community outreach. And I thank you, Councilmember Grocott, for reading the newspaper articles underscoring what a swell job I'm doing encouraging community input to the project. So what I have to answer is that, number one, there are arguments about the cost of the system and the ridership study. Those were all things done by the authority, and those questions are best answered by the authority. As to the EIR, I can answer some of those questions, although I'm not an engineer. In San Francisco, the train is it's splitting into 2 tracks under the most likely alternative because the Caltrain system right now, the commute rail, already goes through tunnels. And it goes through tunnels for logistic reasons that make good engineering sense. There is a chance that high-speed rail may go on a separate route around. It's not clear, but the only new tunneling to be done in San Francisco is to get into the Transbay Terminal. And that expense is still being negotiated. The Transbay Terminal will cover some of it. High-speed rail will cover some of that. And the San Francisco Transportation Authority will cover some of it. That is not yet determined. In San Jose, they have just about the same issue, and they also have not resolved the expense for that. They have opted for an aerial structure at the entering San Jose, and at some point it appears that the best approach to getting into the Diridon station, which is going to become quite the hub because BART is going in there and VTA is stepping up the number of buses going in there. In order to get into that, it's likely they will have to do some tunneling into there, and that cost has not yet been agreed upon. But at this point, the system is geared to build that which it needs to build. There are places where it has to go into a trench. There are places where it has to go overhead, and that, of course, would be funded completely by the authority as it builds the system. But those are the outlines of the alternatives being worked on. You know that the contract HNTB has signed committed the firm to deliver a draft environmental impact report on December the 31st. That was partially influenced by the timing for the stimulus funds that the authority anticipated and indeed did receive. But now that money is being directed to other sections of the state, there's no compelling reason for that date. We are informed that date will be changed, but we don't know what the new date will be. But there will be a delay on the December 31 date.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Grocott, other questions?
Yeah, I do, if we can go through these. In fact, this next one, Mr. Garvey may have some understanding of since he was our city manager at the time, and that is when you read what's in here today in this presentation from staff, and really all along from staff, I think we've been given as a council and as a community the story, the opinion, if you will, that an aerial viaduct is more desirable for San Carlos than anything else. And in fact, it would be desirable then to get rid of the berm and open up the city and so forth. But my question is, if that's the case, if an aerial viaduct is more desirable, why wasn't that design used when the grade step was originally considered?
That's a good question. In both Belmont and San Carlos, at the time the project was brought forward, the cities were told by the PUC and by the key player was Caltrans and the MTC, and they told us we could not have a depressed alternative. We had talked about perhaps an open trench, and so we were told we had to go up. And the only choice available then, check that, we could have taken the cross streets over or under. But after community conversation, we had a citizens committee, we had public meetings, and pretty much everyone, except for one engineer I remember, agreed that we should not take the streets over or under the tracks. Rather, we would raise the tracks. Once that decision was made, the other question remaining was whether we wanted an open aerial or whether we wanted a berm. The price at that point was thought to be close enough that it was left to us. In both communities, we held community meetings, and we had sort of renderings, not as elaborate as you'd have nowadays. And in both communities, the vote was that the people would prefer a landscape berm to the open viaduct.
And so what do we expect a change in our community opinion today then?
Well, I can't answer any longer for what the people in San Carlos are thinking, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But the advantage of the MSE wall, that type of construction used on the berm, is that it could be built within its own footprint. You had a shoe fly outside the footprint, but it was fairly narrow, if you will, construction technique. That was one of the great advantages. However, once it's built, you can't tamper with it. If you cut into that berm at all, you ruin the integrity, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, you know that as a right. Architectural background, so that the berm can hardly be altered. So I'm told that for constructability purposes, that even if they were to attempt to build up and expand the dirt berm, they would still have to, I don't know if they completely remove it or not, but the point is it would take a very large footprint, and the shoe fly would have to be running in addition to that. And so that for constructability issues, the conclusion from the engineers was that it was much less disruptive to stay within, as much as possible, within the footprint. I'm not sure now about, I do know that all the way up and down the peninsula, we heard from cities that no one wanted a berm. And so that as to new construction, berms were taken out as an alternative, except for transitions where the track is rising or lowering, and it's too close to the ground for an aerial to be effective. As to the conversation in San Carlos, I don't know exactly.
Mr. Mayor, has it been decided? I'm getting the feeling like it was decided somehow by our council that an aerial viaduct is the way we want to go. Have we actually voted on that? Did I forget something?
There's no decision. There's recommend. Mr. Moore, you want to explain that again?
Well, what we did in our comment letter is we indicated to the authority back in March that we would be willing to review widening the berm, but I think as Mr. Garvey points out, we were the only city that had any interest in a berm. So to Mr. Grocot's point about why would we change, I think it became real clear as we talked to the other cities that no one else wanted a berm. Redwood City didn't want it, Belmont didn't want it, et cetera. Early on in the process, in fact, I should add that the Redwood City staff actually initially was the first city in this area to propose the viaduct, long before our staff even looked at it. And I think their concern was to avoid trenching Whipple, which I think we could all appreciate that if that is part of what happens, that could be rather disruptive, to put it mildly. And so that's kind of how we got there. I think it is, what has happened is, as Mr. Weil pointed out, is between the spring and today, the engineers at HNTB and the high-speed rail folks said to San Carlos and Belmont that because of what I referred to earlier as the constructability issues, that they did not believe that unless we wanted to endure impacting Old County Road, putting up the overhead shoe fly, and significantly impacting the potential of the transit village, that it was possible for San Carlos to have an underground facility. And if you look at the letter that the council approved in the spring, you said to us, and again, council always can change your mind, that you wanted staff to look at options that did not disrupt Old County Road, allowed for the transit village, allowed for Old County Road, and allowed for Caltrain, and allowed for high-speed rail. To date, the only option we've been shown that does all of those things is, in fact, the aerial viaduct. However, remember that, as Mr. Garvey indicated, and I think I indicated as well, the next step in this process from the environmental point of view is the draft EIR-EIS, which originally was going to come to you in December, and now may come to you earlier next year. At that point in time, staff, I think we've told you in the council newsletter and other reports along the way, our intent would be to have another community workshop, come back to council with another draft comment letter, and at that point, again, check in with you as we're doing tonight about are the goals that we show you here on page 3, are these still the goals that the council has? And again, I think as one of the earlier speakers pointed out, if the council is now of the opinion that you're willing to, allow high-speed rail to be constructed in such a way that you eliminate the potential for Transit Village prior to that time, that does change the parameters considerably. But when we came to in the spring, the discussion we had with you is sort of, again, this, I guess what I could call, for lack of a better term, having it all. In other words, having all of these things simultaneously within the corridor if it was possible. And the direction we got from you in the spring at the council was, look at that as the best scenario. And to date, the aerial viaduct, and I guess to the extent the other cities would allow us to have a berm, the berm are the only two options we've seen that lets you have it all. But again, if you change the parameters, if you don't mind messing around with Old County Road and you don't mind messing around with the Transit Village, then there is more potential, at least, for doing underground. Although, again, in our discussions with the engineers, this constructability issue, which Mr. Garvey and Mr. Weil point out as far as cutting into the berm or detouring around it, continues to be a major challenge. And it is my understanding, in fact, that the engineers are planning a future session with Belmont about this constructability issue, and frankly, that was one of the documents I was hoping to have for the council tonight when we moved this item back a couple times, as I was waiting for the famous constructability report for Belmont. However, when the EIR got moved back, all of these supplemental materials, including that report, also were delayed. So at some point fairly soon, we should have the constructability document. And again, I think if the council wishes to change your parameters and what you're willing to accept and what you're willing to sacrifice, then I think certainly that document might become much more relevant than it might be today, given your current desires.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to wrap up my comments. Rather than make questions, I'm going to wrap this up with some comments, if I might. I am not convinced that aerial viaduct is best for San Carlos, and primarily because I have very strong concerns about height and related to height, noise. If you'll keep in mind that half of San Carlos and anything north of Holly is hillside and could be grossly impacted by additional noise coming from the train. And I don't think, I know I don't have any idea how much noise a high-speed rail system will bring to San Carlos. And so the thing that I would like our staff, if it's the pleasure of the council, to really press on the High-Speed Rail Authority to bring to us is, as you presented in your staff report, Mr. Mora, a depiction of the height that the community can see, a depiction somehow with its audio-visual presentation of what we should expect with the noise. I would like some answers on how freight works in with any system that we choose. You showed us a picture of some viaducts, but when I brought this up at the council retreat about possibly having some type of charrette exercise with the community on the viaduct design, despite tonight showing us some very beautiful pictures of viaducts, which would make us think that that would be the way to go, we were told not to do that because it would raise expectations of the community. And I think we just did that tonight by showing some beautiful viaducts in these depictions. So which is it? Should we expect something little like the 280 overpasses, and that's what we should expect to come through San Carlos, or should we expect something beautiful and better than that? And if we expect something like that, who is going to pay for it? My opinion is none of this is really an advantage to the city of San Carlos or any city on the peninsula. It's all an advantage to San Francisco, and yet we're expected to take the brunt of it and pay for it. The other thing that I think we should have some idea about if we are to accept an aerial viaduct is how that lines up to a transit village, because if you're talking about what I saw from the Burlingame depiction is something, I think I saw a figure of 59 feet. I think that's including the overhead electrical that's required. That's never shown in their pretty pictures. But if you did a cross-section study of the transit village and the aerial viaduct next to it, what does that mean? And what does that mean for noise on some village that we're to be building? So I think those are important questions that we do not have answers to, and I think we should. And I'll close my comments to, and this is a segue into this letter, Mr. Mayor, that I would like to discuss. I don't think we should be acting like a puppy dog rolling over on its back and saying, whatever you want to do, High-Speed Rail Authority, go ahead and do, and we're very kindly getting on our knees and asking you for this or that. I think we should take a much stronger approach. And in fact, when I read the letter from Redwood City, they were cordial, but they were much more strong in their approach to the High-Speed Rail Authority on what they were asking for and what they were expecting.
Thank you, Mr. Grod. So, Mr. Caselli and other council members, go down the line here. Any discussion points or comments that you have?
No.
Yep. Mr. Klein?
I'm going to agree with a great deal of what Mr. Grocott said. There's a lot of ifs that have been thrown out, and unfortunately, with something as large as the greatest undertaking that California has ever done, there are going to be a lot of ifs, and that becomes an issue when you're talking to the public about this, and we're trying to figure out, well, what if it's this way? What if it's that way? I believe the picture shown about the aerial viaduct, that's fantastic. I would get behind that in a second. But what if it looks like the Embarcadero Freeway? Then do we get behind that? I could get behind a subway, but what if we have to pay for it? I could get behind a cut and cover trench, but what if it closes Old County Road? There's so many ifs out there, and the High-Speed Rail Authority really hasn't flushed it out, and we haven't asked so much for it to be flushed out, and I think that's something we do have to ask for. If anything, this council has shown time and time again that we want to explore all of the options, and I believe we should leave that door open. We should ask for all the options to be explored. So if they come back and the cut and cover trench would destroy Old County Road, it would close down businesses, it would take away homes, we at least know. And then we can 100% get against that. If the aerial viaduct is going to look the way it does in Europe and other places, then we know and we can get behind that. But if it's going to look as some structures do, and it's going to be an awful impediment, it's going to be 59 feet or whatever, we have answers then. So I would definitely support a stronger letter. I'm not going to be one of those people who says I'm against high-speed rail, because I just don't have the knowledge enough to say whether I'm for or against it, and I think that's what we have to do, and that's what our letter has to speak to, and it has to be strong enough to say we want answers to these questions, and that way we can come to a knowledgeable decision on our own. But right now I think there's so many what-ifs, there's so many questions out there that to say we're for or against one mode or the other, it's too soon for that, and I think we have to be very strong and ask for direct answers and ask for everything to be studied, because if they're going to study it just south of us, why not study it here too? I mean, it doesn't make much of a difference. But yeah, I 100% think all options should be studied. I don't think there's any reason for us to take anything off the table.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me. Maybe I was listening or maybe didn't hear, but it was apparently told tonight, and maybe I'm wrong, and I'm not an engineer, that apparently the trenching doesn't work. They said, now we cannot believe them, and that's all well and good, but they gave us an answer on that part. Didn't they, Mr. Mora?
That's correct. If you look,
that's all I'm asking. It's just they gave us an answer. We may not like the answer, and that's all well and good, and we may want to write a different way or write a letter and saying we want another opinion, and that's all good. But let's understand at least they gave us an answer. Again, right or wrong, they gave us one on that on that part.
And then that brings up a question, Mr. Moore. Does the trenching not work because it impacts Old County Road, because it impacts the transit village? Is that why it doesn't work?
There's a couple of reasons why it's challenging at best in San Carlos. The dirt berm wall is one of the issues, as Mr. Garvey points out. I think from a practical point of view, from the staff perspective, the other is the issue you brought up, the impact on Old County Road, the impact on the transit village. And again, I think one of the keys, and I assume that we will obviously talk about this again when we get to the EIR early next year, is the council may wish to revisit your priorities once we go through that. I also think, by the way, in this discussion about the underground, that when we do get the report to Belmont, we'll certainly share it with you, because I think the things that apply to Belmont also apply to us, and we'll get into some more detail. But I think the bottom line is, if the council wishes to continue with your current parameters and priorities, the aerial viaduct is the only thing that fits at the moment. However, if you're willing to sacrifice the transit village and potentially some impact on Old County Road, if we can solve the constructability issue, or if Caltrain hibernates, as I said earlier, then that could be an option.
So that's the follow-up question. So if Caltrain hibernates and we're willing to discuss what happens to the transit village, then a trench possibly could work.
Absolutely.
So it 100% doesn't not work. It's just we have to discuss at a policy level what our policy is there. So they haven't told us it doesn't work.
Right.
It just doesn't work for our policy.
It was implied, and I apologize if I didn't make that clear, because of the way we set it up.
Yeah, and I would like to see how much it would impact Old County Road. I would like to see what would happen to the transit village. But right now we're just told it's impactful. But what does that mean? How impactful? Is Old County Road gone forever, or is it gone for a year? Is it gone for 2 years? And those are the questions
Or
I'd
the
like
transit
answered.
village, which I think we could also look at.
So I'll make a couple.
Mayor,
Yeah, I'll put it. There was a lot thrown out, so I'll try to put a couple of general comments with a Caltrain hat on. With regard to freight, Caltrain owns the right-of-way, and how freight operates on that right-of-way is at the discretion of Caltrain. Union Pacific owns the right to be able to run freight, but how it is run, when it is run, where it can come in and where it can go out is at the discretion of Caltrain. High-speed rail will not get a transfer of freight rights. Those rights will stay within Caltrain. Caltrain owns the right-of-way. But there's an interesting little twist to this. Caltrain does not own condemnation capabilities, and strangely enough, it doesn't have acquisition capabilities directly. So if there is need to acquire a home or take over land or something else within San Mateo County, that process would actually be done through Samtrans and then transferred over to Caltrain. So the fun part, people have worried this thing is going to come through and, dear God, we're going to wipe out all these houses. Caltrain can sign an agreement with High Speed Rail. Caltrain owns the right-of-way as it stands right now, but if there are additional houses that would need to be taken or any property that would have to be acquired, that acquisition would actually go through Samtrans, which has very significant representation from cities throughout our county. So to put into the, to scare people to say we're taking land, and that's not what happened here tonight, but it's a common fear. There needs to be some balance about what are the mechanics of what would happen. Just as one side note, we did some property acquisition, we meeting Caltrain in San Bruno for the San Bruno grade crossings. And in a very friendly transaction, I can still tell you it was one of the biggest pains in the neck I'd ever seen. For San Carlos, what is interesting is that Samtrans owns property. It owns property on the west side of those tracks. If there is going to be acquisition or a change, chances are you're going to see those developments happening on the west side. Because it would be hard for Samtrans to say, yeah, we want to buy additional property when we already have stuff here, don't have to go through all the court proceedings and sort of the mandated lawsuits that would occur if you're going to go through this type of property acquisition. That's number one. Number two, the operating budget for Caltrain per year is roughly $100 million. The expected shortfall this year is going to be about $30 million. It's going to hurt. People talk about critical rail corridors in the United States. One of them is the Northeast Corridor, which goes from Washington, D.C. to New York to Boston. It moves roughly 12 million people per year. It is considered a critical artery. It is price competitive with shuttles. If you wanted to take the Delta or U.S. Air Shuttle from Washington National and go to LaGuardia, you'll pay about $200 to get on that flight. If you want to take the Acela, you're going to pay about $200 to get on that train. 12 million riders. As a side note, Caltrain moves 12 million riders a year between San Francisco and San Jose. Just to put into perspective the magnitude and the number of people who depend on this rail corridor. Putting a slightly further discussion on this railroad has been operating since there was another guy from Illinois in the White House. There is going to be significant efforts through the TA, through the MTC, and through other funding bodies to ensure that this system continues to work. How it's going to work, what's going to happen is a great question. How is freight going to work? Still trying to figure it out. But the idea of shutting down that system to pull out, basically to shut down a working system so that we could put in something else is not going to happen. And let me be very clear what Caltrain is doing and why I'd be in favor of these letters. Because essentially these are the same letters that Caltrain is sending. Number one, saying that there does need to be additional time for the EIR and better outreach within the community. That is a Caltrain statement. Number two, Caltrain is putting forward the notion that there needs to be a phased approach. What you're seeing in the EIR and what you are seeing from, if you will, larger policy direction is the notion that there are going to be 4 tracks screaming down and you're going to build the whole thing in one big swoop. I don't think anybody at Caltrain who's actually operating the railroad believes that's going to happen, and instead has stated that there needs to be a staged approach that is demand-driven so that as traffic pulls up and there is additional demand that can be paid for, cost justified, with ridership, then you build the next sections. That is a Caltrain stance, who again owns the right-of-way and who's going to be negotiating very directly with high-speed rail. There are a lot of what-ifs. I would be, you'd have to twist my arm pretty darn hard for me to say that the High-Speed Rail Authority has done a great job of doing public outreach or actually understanding what anybody's concerns are. I think their public relations has been something south of miserable and really disgusting. If there was anything, they did a great job at passing an initiative and a horrible job of actually implementing it. What is going to happen over the next few months, there are a number of the appointees on the High-Speed Rail Board who are gubernatorial appointees. As Mr. Schwarzenegger comes off, Mr. Brown comes on, there will be a number of faces that will change. That is going to be tempered with the fact that the Republicans are taking over the House and the gentleman in charge of funding high-speed rail in the United States is now going to be John Mica. Happens to be a good Florida boy, so I like him in that respect, but I have a feeling a lot of the high-speed rail dollars are going to end up in the Sunshine State and not here. What does this mean for high-speed rail development in the state of California? Push the calendar out a little bit. I don't think we're going to see any shovels coming near us for quite some time. The appropriate planning should be done. I would support looking at additional alternatives, and I would, again, be happy to represent this also on the Caltrain board, but I can tell you that even stranding from the Caltrain side, there's extreme frustration. But with that, if there's, Mr. Mayor, I would be, I believe versions of these letters are on the calendar for December 2nd on the Caltrain side, which is, again, asking for additional time for the cities of the peninsula area to have time to explore the EIR and look at additional options. So I would move approval to send these letters.
Okay. So just do a time check here. We have 3 more agenda items. There's a lot of people here that are here for 9G. I'd like to get to that sooner than later. You think we could get a discussion and talk about these letters and wrap this up in 5 minutes? Or if this is going to take a long time, I propose a little different form of action.
Mr. Mayor, I haven't heard a second, so...
I'll make the second to Mr. Ahmad's motion.
All right. Well, then, what I was going to suggest, without the second, but I'll suggest it with it, is one of my concerns, again, was that when I read through the letter, I think it's the second, no, maybe it's the first one. It's the one to Mr. Doty, talking talking about all the options and so forth. I just felt like when I read through here, it was a little bit or a lot too passive. And I'll just give you an example. On the last page, 13A, can all three of the design options mentioned earlier, and it gives the three design options.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize, but we're not writing that letter. That's a letter sent to us. We're writing the draft letter 1, 2, and 3 here.
Which ones? I'm
We're
sorry.
we're writing one to Mr. Pringle, Congresswoman Jackie Spear, and to Mike Scanlon. That's what we're speaking about.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Russo.
That's right.
Let me look at that then.
Sure. Redwood City wrote a letter to Mr. Doty.
Right.
Well, and we sent one in May as well. Yeah.
Well, that
So,
could
yeah,
well be.
These are all.
I'm just
these are all
trying to
been sent
identify
out.
what we're trying to do tonight.
Yeah.
That's all.
Let me find that.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, there needs to be one correction. Chairman Pringle has actually resigned. So,
Okay, that's letter one. We can take care of that.
Okay.
Mr. Morrow, okay.
All right, got that?
Mr. Grocott? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Now I'm discombobulated with
Once
Mr.
you look at that, are there any other comments from the letter from other, well, Mr. Grocott looks for his
There
item?
we go. Okay.
Mr. Grocott? You're on letter 1, or 2, or 3?
I just seem to have a letter to Jackie Spear.
That's 2.
That's the one that
Here's
asked
the
for
one.
more funding.
All right. So we're talking about the letter to Mr. Pringle,
Right.
who may not be Mr. Pringle anymore.
I think just generically, Mr. Chairman is probably appropriate.
So this is to extend the EIR. I was fine with that one. Here's the one to Jackie Spear. Okay. And there's a third letter, which is which?
That's the one to Mr. Scanlon.
Mr. Scanlon. Okay. Well, I apologize then, because the one I read, and I thought it was our letter, was the one that was from Mr. Doty. But having said that, I'm still going to hold, Mr. Mayor, with my the things I said about all these questions. I think we need to get these answers, and I think our approach, perhaps not with these letters because they're pretty brief, but with other things I've seen from us to the High-Speed Rail Authority, again, seems. I understand we're trying to work with them, but I think in some regards we're being a little bit too, can you, might you, as opposed to, this is going to come through our town. We want the information. Give it to us.
Okay.
Through the chair, or to go with what
Yes.
Mr. Grocott's saying. A question to staff. So as you've heard myself and Mr. Grocott's comments, is the appropriate time for us to formalize these questions during the draft EIR process?
Absolutely. And indeed, the other thing that I would suggest is, again, our original intent was not to bring this report to you until we had the Belmont response on the undergrounding and also the additional information. However, since that got delayed, we thought it was important, given how many months had passed since you had an update, to bring you as much as we had. And I should also add on letters 1, 2, and 3, these were requested, by the way, from the cities of San Mateo and Mountain View that we send these letters. And indeed, that's where those requests came from, and we're basically trying in a positive way to respond to those cities.
Okay, and with that being answered, Mr. Mayor, just to specify where I'm coming from, I'm okay with these 3 letters under the condition that we are going to continue to discuss this. We are going to see that constructability study, and there is going to be a proper time for Mr. Roque and I to ask our questions and have them answered by the High-Speed Rail Authority. I'm not in any way saying that this is enough, but this is enough for tonight. As long as we're on the understanding that this is going to come back and there's going to be a proper venue for all of these questions to be answered and to be put forth. So just to make things easier on everybody.
And Mr. Mayor, just, one last comment. I see what this is. This is a letter that we sent back in May to Mr. Doty, right? And I read it as a letter that was inclusive with the ones we would be sending. I apologize for that. But again, my characterization of this letter is we were much too kind. I understand it was written by a good Christian man, and I understand that, but still a little too gentle. Thank you.
Okay, my understanding is we do have a motion and a second. There is no other discussion. I'd like to ask for roll call. Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Mott?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes. Okay, moving on. I think we have 2 really quick items here. E and F deal with building codes and amendment to the police agreement, and then we'll get on to 9G, which is fire. Okay?
Make it real quick if I can.
Please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of Council. Every 3 years, the Building Standards Commission updates the California Building Codes as part of the triannual code adoption process. The ordinance before you this evening represents the introduction of the 2010 California Building Codes with the introduction of the new California Residential Code and the California Green Building Standards Code, previously adopted as the San Carlos Green Building Ordinance. Included with this ordinance is a tri-chapter uniform code committee from Peninsula, Monterey, and East Bay ICC chapters, provided to all Bay Area departments with a uniform set of structural amendments. And again, those amendments are incorporated into the ordinance. Some notable changes, primarily with the CRC, is a reduction in the ceiling height requirement from minimum ceiling height from 7'6" to 7. Other items are changes in exterior landing requirements, crawl space venting, and other items. 1.28 gallon water closets at the toilet and half-gallon urinals will be required July 1st, 2011, as mandated in the California Plumbing Code.
So you're guaranteed those work?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good, thank you.
This is a minute sampling of the numerous code changes that we'll be facing January 1st. Property owners, designers, architects, and engineers will be facing this, as well as staff. And when these new codes become mandatory in January 1st, 2010. 2011. Thank you, 2011. It's late night. If you have any questions, I can answer.
Okay. Questions?
Just one. If you could highlight something I picked out of here was the automatic fire sprinklers.
Yes.
So there's going to be a change there that we should expect, or not?
Not necessarily. We're still under the ordinance that Mr. Polisi wrote. So we still have the 2,500-foot threshold for new homes and such. What I did try to reel into the residential code was the inclusion of our residential reconstruction projects. You've designed a couple. I didn't want to lose that under the residential code, if in fact residential reconstruction falls under that code.
Okay.
Which it would anyway.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Anybody out there want to talk about the code, building code? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to introduce draft ordinance number
1428.
1428, ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Carlos, amending the San Carlos Municipal Code by adopting 2010 editions of the California Administrative Code, California Building Code, Volumes 1 and 2, California Residential Code, California Mechanical Code, California Plumbing Code. You have a lot of work to do, huh? California Energy Code, California Historical Building Code, California Fire Code, California Existing Building Code, California Green Building Standards Code, California Reference Standards Code, and the 1997 editions of the Uniform Security Code, Uniform Code for the Abatement of Dangerous Buildings, and the Uniform Housing Code.
Second. Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just
Vice Mayor.
as one bit of brief discussion, I will be voting against this, very specifically because when the Green Building Ordinance came up, I wanted more work to do in this. I feel it's still not complete, so that will be the reason for my no vote.
Okay, great. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Ahmad? Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes. Okay, 9F, second to last item on new business. This is consideration authorizing the city manager to execute an amendment to our police service agreement with the Sheriff's Office. Mr. Maltby?
That was a quick item. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Jeff Maltby, City Manager. Before you this evening is a resolution which would authorize the city manager to execute an amendment. This would be the first amendment to the police services contract. This amendment would include $15,000 of cost to fund an existing cost or a pre-existing cost under the San Carlos Police Department model, where the city paid $15,000 in annual maintenance costs for the RIMS records management system in the police department. This was talked about initially with the Sheriff's Department as the contract was explored. The county is planning on moving to a RIMS system in the future. At the time we discussed this with them, they thought that they were further along than they are. It's likely going to be another year, maybe even 2 years before they move to the system. So they've offered to split the cost with us as we move forward, which seems fair to me, as it will continue to benefit us, allow us to use the same records management system that we've got in place, rather than pay for the cost of converting data, which would be very expensive, into the county system, and then paying to have it converted back into a RIM system. So this is a rather low-cost approach. They're agreeing to split it 50-50 with us this year and next year. The second item, which is a one-time cost, $5,500, was simply an unanticipated cost, a transition cost, where the county has to make and the city has to make a number of nationwide notifications that the Sheriff's Department is now representing the city as its police department. So those are how those two amendments arise from. In addition, we're asking that you grant the city manager the authority to execute up to 2% amendments of the contract for the remainder of the fiscal year. While we don't anticipate any major changes, there may be one or two small level changes like this or one-time changes that come up. But in the future, the way that we envision, at least at the staff level, that the contract would work and that the Sheriff's Department envisioned that it would work, and that we've discussed somewhat as the council put together the budget for this, was that there would be $100,000 of contingency funding that the city could authorize and use in response to, say, if we had a rash of burglaries or it seems to be 8 to 10 months ago we had in the White Oaks area sort of a rash of vehicle vandalism, that we could respond quickly at the staff level to utilize those funds to authorize some additional work from the Sheriff's Department targeted at a specific issue. That's something that we wouldn't really want to wait to come back to council on. We'd want to strike while the iron's hot, so to speak. That was really what that money was intended for. Now, of course, having this authority to grant these amendments, we would report back to the council on any change that we had made in the agreement at the first available public meeting. So that's my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Grocott, question.
The only question I have has to do with this latter part. I don't feel comfortable when I read this about just authorizing, go ahead and if it's under 2%, the city manager has the authority to go ahead and execute. I didn't feel comfortable with that. I felt like, this is a pretty important contract to our city. This is a big change for our city, and I think as transparent as we can possibly be on this, we should be. I actually think the scenario that Mr. Maltby presented us is already covered in our municipal code because there are there's an expenditure limit for the city manager's office that they're permitted to do without getting council authority. And in that provision, it does say that if there's an emergency where the city manager feels like he needs to spend that money and there's not a council meeting, that fits with getting approval, he can go ahead and spend the money, and then he comes to council with the explanation, and we sort of approve it backwards. So that's already in our municipal code, and I think we can.
Can I make a recommendation?
Sure.
Maybe? I mean, on a run rate, we're saving $2 million and $9 million, which is 22 or 23% savings. I would like to keep the 2%. I would like a reporting after the fact, though. I think Mr. Grocott makes a good point. I think there needs to be communication and awareness of City Council. But to be able to react, I think a 2% is a very reasonable amount, knowing the amount of savings that we're receiving here.
Decent compromise.
Would you be open to reporting after?
Yes, and I think there has to be, as Mr. Maltby suggested, good cause. It can't just be for any little thing. But yes, that's a good compromise because my biggest concern again is, this is a big move for the community, and to be as transparent as possible.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Caselli?
I want to throw a fly in that ointment because I agree with your first comment. I think your limit is $50,000, isn't it?
That's correct.
And I don't see any reason why it shouldn't stay at $50,000, why police is any different than fire, than public works, than building. I don't understand that. It's granted we are saving $2 million, but that's your limit. and I don't understand why it's special now. It's part of the operations. It's no longer something different. It's part of our daily stuff.
Right. And
so I guess my question is why.
Sure. Let me speak to that just a little bit. Because this is a known contract. This is a service that you're contracting for, a service area, if you will. The $50,000 limit could be really anything that you're completely unaware of. So what we're saying here is we have a very large contract, much larger dollar-wise than another contract, any other contract we've got in the city. Traditionally, this was operated as a city staff service for this specific purpose. And within the annual budget, we have at the staff level much more flexibility within that $9 million that we would spend to deal with these types of issues and changes and redirects. This is something that the chief talked about with you earlier on in the process. So the 2%, which equated for the purposes of the first year about $80,000. You've already budgeted $100,000 for the annual contingency. In a full year's contract would be about $160,000. Seemed like a relatively low amount of money to us in the given scheme to be able to provide that additional flexibility in running the police contract, as we've always had flexibility in running the police department.
Okay, well, I don't want to beat up that horse. There's two people that like it already. If there's one more, I'm off.
Actually, you have pulled me over, so very good on your argument.
Well, whatever. I'm not trying to cause trouble here, but this is part of our regular budget. If it's a regular budget item, you don't have 2% on any other budget item. You have $50,000, and I understand it's brand new. But it's in there now. And that's where if we set the precedent, then what's the difference between this budget and I know it's a contract, and I guess that's the difference?
That is the difference, because the contract is a completely constrained amount of money with no flexibility in it whatsoever.
Right.
Whereas the city budget has lots of flexibility in it. The total dollar amount doesn't change.
Maybe we should adjust the budget.
Well, I mean, things change.
It's a flexible document.
Exactly, and the budget changes every year. But for example, when you have vacancies at staffing levels, we had vacant positions, you respond with more overtime. There's, when we need to move schedules around, there's a lot of different flexibility that we've had at the staffing level that the contract is written in a way that it's much more specific. There's only, a contract is a contract. Those of us that work with
I get your points. I do.
We're looking at some very moderate level of flexibility.
I have to disagree, but I understand why you're doing this, and I applaud that you're trying to work within a different system than we have in our normal day-to-day. So I'll defer to my colleagues here and what they'd want to do.
Other thoughts, Sarah? Am I right? On the entire thing, including the comments that we're talking about.
The rest of it, by the way, is fine with me, the other parts of it.
Yeah, I think it's a different system. I think with the other parts of the budget, you're able to build in buffers. And since we have a set price, you can't really build in a buffer. Of course, if Mr. Maltby came to us and said, well, it's going to cost you $6 million this year, give me 6.3, during the budget cycle, we're going to ask why. It's supposed to cost you $6 million. We'll spend the $300,000, we'll save it, or we'll spend it somewhere else. So, I understand it as that. And because we are going to a different model, we are going to have to look at changing a lot of things. And this is just one of them. So I'm okay with it. It's 2%. As the mayor said, we're saving 23%. And this doesn't mean that we're only budgeting a savings of 21%. It's 2% of the contract, which makes it less than 2% of the savings, if you follow that math. So I'm okay with it.
Okay. Mr. Mugg?
With the proviso of reporting backward, I'm...
Okay. So can I hear a motion then with that adjustment to it, or addition to it?
Mr. Mayor, move adoption of resolution number 2010-.
98.
Resolution of the City Council of San Carlos approving Amendment 1 to contract with San Mateo County Sheriff for additional services and authorizing execution by city manager, amended to include reporting.
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Ahmad.
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli.
No.
Councilmember Grocott.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, we went pretty quickly on that.
Sorry?
And
You want to?
I would just like to split the two motions so that, because I'm in favor of the change that's being requested in terms of spending the additional dollars. I've fallen in line with Mr. Grisilli on the second part about the 2%, and I would like to vote against that, but not against the funding.
So
So I'd like to make a motion.
can we keep going with, we have a motion, I think. Can we want to back up?
The question's been called.
Question's been called, so
Right.
can we continue with this and then if
It
something
just makes it
changes?
difficult because then I'm going to vote no, but I'm not really voting no on the
Well,
funding.
again,
Yeah.
obviously the same situation I am.
Right.
I think everyone heard the 2%, not the other part, so.
Okay, and so you have Mr. Gokat's vote?
Which is no.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Because it has to.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Gokat,
Sorry.
I moved a little fast on that. Okay. Okay, 9G. This is update on responses to our formal request for proposal for the delivery of fire and emergency services San Carlos and authorization to extend the RFP deadline to January 7th of 2011. So here we are, just 5:10. Mr. Moore, just want to kind of set some expectation. Your presentation should be expected to take about how much time?
15 minutes, maybe?
15 minutes, okay.
This is going to be
And
much
is there any
shorter
other
than I
reporting? That's the main staff report?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Good. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and members of council. Just wanted to give you some highlights, and then we'll proceed with the item. As you probably know from our earlier discussions of this, the fire department budget has been increasing faster than any budget in the city over the last 5 years. The San Carlos share of fire costs has increased from 50% in 2006-7 to 53.4% this year. The city council froze your contribution at $6.3 million this year rather than experiencing further increases. If you had not done that, you would have seen another 13.1% increase in this budget. And coming at a time when your revenues are flat or falling, that would have been very difficult to achieve at best. We note here, again, the budget increasing 20% over the first 4 years and an additional 13% this year. Salaries are very different circumstance than we see at the city. At the city, several units, you've had 5 to 8% pay cuts. This year, the firefighters will get a 5.5% increase, and the fire captains 5.75%. The fire chief was asked by the 2 fire commissioners in San Carlos to request concessions from the union. The fire chief asked the union for concessions, and they were rejected. On October 18th, the council had a special study session on fire. As you will recall, you received an 85-page consultant report on fire options from TriData. And then as part of that meeting, the council also approved the city clerk issuing an RFP for fire and emergency services, responses being due on December 3rd. And finally, you received an update on the dissolution process. Tonight, we're giving you an update on the fire RFP process to date. The RFP was released on October 22nd. It was posted to the city website. It was sent out to the city's RFP list on e-Notify to over 1,200 people. In addition, we issued personal invitations to the 4 neighboring agencies, the Firefighters Union, the City of Belmont, and a number of others that expressed interest. Prior to the the proposers workshop on November 3rd, we received extensive detailed requests from CAL FIRE regarding the RFP. We received 29 questions from CAL FIRE, which we answered prior to the November 3rd meeting. In addition, we got inquiries from the other agencies at that meeting. As I indicate in the slide, we had 20 attendees at the meeting on November 3rd from the neighboring fire departments and other interested parties. We got an additional set of questions. We ended up answering over 50 questions, and I think with the exception of some personnel data and salaries that is pending from the City of Belmont, I think we've provided information and answered all the questions other than that one. And we continue to receive interest from several agencies. And now to kind of give you some highlights, and these are also in the report, we did not expect to begin receiving responses until closer to the December 3rd date, but they began to come in, and staff felt that in the interest of providing the council and the community with, again, continued interest on the status of this project, we're bringing it to you tonight for several responses. We received early on an inquiry from a company called American Emergency Services. This is a private fire provider in Illinois. They provide fire services to a community near O'Hare Airport. They apparently read about our RFP in USA Today. They asked a lot of questions. We provided them with information via web links on the RFP and the questions. They spent several weeks studying it, but ultimately decided to not proceed. They felt that they could provide San Carlos quality service, but they felt that at this time, because of geographic barriers, they would not be participating, but might be interested in the future. Our second response was from North County Fire Authority. Council will recall that during the Tri-Data presentation, there was a considerable discussion of the North County model, the so-called federation. This is a model where the employees of each fire department remain on city payroll, and there is shared management by the largest city, in this case, Daly City Fire. The letter from North County Fire and their chief describe the model and invite San Carlos to explore the model further. As a result, staff has had discussions with North County Fire, and we have scheduled a meeting for them in the next couple weeks. Part of our rationale, as we get into it, about extending the deadline is to provide staff with additional time to work with North County Fire to further develop their interest in San Carlos being a member of their federation. The third response we got was from the Menlo Fire Protection District. As you probably recall from the correspondence we had received previously from Menlo Fire, unlike the city of San Mateo and CAL FIRE, each of which gave us an informal proposal earlier this year, Menlo Fire indicated they would be willing to look at giving the city a proposal, but only if we issued a formal RFP. Last week, a committee of members made from the Menlo Fire Board recommended that if Menlo was to respond, they would be interested in providing us services in the areas of vehicle maintenance and EOC planning only. And after further discussion, they decided not to offer those services either, so they are no longer participants. And then we turn to CAL FIRE, which always seems to get a lot of attention in this arena. We contacted them in December, as we did with Menlo and Redwood City and San Mateo, after the council authorized us to do so. They gave us an informal proposal a couple months later, which was not particularly surprising given that they gave us both an informal and a formal proposal 5 years ago, as did San Mateo. They informed us a month later that San Carlos met their so-called 14-point criteria for being eligible for a proposal, in part because San Carlos is already an agency that they serve. They are first responders in a portion of our community and have been for almost 10 years now. In addition to that, during the process, they hired a former division chief, I believe the gentleman's title was, specifically to prepare a response for San Carlos and to work full-time on this assignment. They continued to provide or ask questions and ask about the RFP. They also, along the way, asked if there had been any inquiries about an extension. And as we'll get to in a minute, subsequent to their request, there was another request from the city of San Mateo also for an extension in the December 3 deadline. There also was a request last week for a senior finance manager to chat with city staff either last Tuesday or Wednesday. We made time available to CAL FIRE on both of those days, and for whatever reason, the phone call that was arranged on both those days never did come to discuss the city's budget and finances. We did then receive a letter late last week. We were alerted to it a day before that indicated that due to legislative and union concerns, quote unquote, they are unable to submit the reply, which we had been told a week prior was essentially complete pending headquarter approval. Earlier today, Mr. Maltby and I talked to CAL FIRE, and they indicated that they are willing to continue to talk with the city of San Carlos, and they are committed to meet with both the city and the three legislators locally, Mr. Hill, Mr. Ruskin, and Mr. Smithian, who had expressed concerns. Then we turn to extension requests. As I just indicated, both CAL FIRE and the city of San Mateo have expressed a desire for an extension in the RFP process. In both instances, they have said to staff that if we grant such a request, that there is not only a likelihood that they would respond, but also that they would give us a, quote, better quality response. There was also a discussion about the fact that with the Thanksgiving holiday coming up, that even though we had provided well over a month for a response, that they would really like to have additional time. Staff believes, in light of recent developments, as well as the request by two of the potential proposers in the area, basically two of the four, for an RFP extension, that we think that it makes a lot of sense to do that. And so part of our recommendation tonight is to extend the RFP by slightly over a month so that the deadline becomes January 7 rather than December 3. And as I note, this would give us more time to develop the responses from North County Fire as well as to explore other options. I also wanted to comment briefly about discussion about so-called regional options. We hear this from time to time from different players in this discussion, from the union, from even the legislators lately. Wouldn't it be great to have a countywide fire department? Wouldn't it be great to have a regional model? This was addressed in the Tri-Data report, and as I think, I can't remember which council member it was, one of you actually asked the Tri-Data consultant how long he thought it would be before there was a countywide fire department, and I believe his answer was about 20 years from now. I don't know that staff is quite that pessimistic, but obviously countywide fire department's been discussed as long as I've been here, and that's been quite a while too. So it's one of those great discussions that we hear over and over again. There's debate as to how close we're getting to it. Staff would note that obviously there are two regional models in this county at the moment. One, in fact, is North County Fire, which we have a positive response from, and the other is CAL FIRE, where we scheduled upcoming meetings. And we would note that obviously when you look at the number of stations and the square miles covered, these two agencies by far have more coverage in our county today. And staff believes that if part of the council's desire, as we believe it is to team up with regional providers to the extent that we can get proposals from one or both of these folks, that would be a good thing to do because it moves us forward to that goal. As I note under this banner, obviously it would be nice if the city was able to consider the two current regional models. We'd also point out, and frankly we have had some discussions with the other players about the fact that there can be additional regional models. The fact that right now North County Fire and CAL FIRE are the most viable current regional models does not in any way mean that either other agencies, or for that matter the Firefighters Union, which talks a lot about regional models, cannot propose a third regional model. And obviously we're interested in further discussions in this arena. So looking forward as far as next steps from the staff perspective, some thoughts and options we think council has. Obviously one which we think is very attractive is to grant the extension to provide an additional month for all the players. We think it was important to continue to provide information to the potential proposers and again to obtain additional responses for the city. We're pleased that CAL FIRE is interested in having unions with the city and the affected legislators and potentially the unions, and we think that that is a good opportunity to perhaps clear the air over some of the legislative instigations, shall we say, that have occurred in the last couple of days. I know, and certainly in the initial investigations that we have had, and certainly our discussions with CAL FIRE even today, some of the information that was shared with them by some of the parties involved is, I guess to put it politely, incorrect. And I think it would be wise for the city to be able to have an opportunity to correct some of that information. Certainly in the discussion that Mr. Maltby and I had today with the acting CAL FIRE director, I think he found that quite helpful and refreshing to get some of the straight scoop here. I also think, turning to options moving forward, when we talked to the council on October 18th, I think the consultants kind of put the various city fire department options, either a full-blown city fire department or a city organized department, which would be the so-called option 3, where we have city firefighters on our payroll and we hire someone such as North County, for example, as kind of a back burner option. And I know that certainly Councilmember Griselli in particular expressed interest in not taking that out and continuing forward. I think in light of recent events, staff would observe that we may need to focus more in this area than we might have felt even a month ago. We think that certainly in a standalone city fire department, that is something that the council should be able to do, and we assume the state legislators would not have a problem with that. We also think that now that we have a city organized department option already on the table, that again, that becomes much more attractive than maybe it was, or a higher option than it was even weeks ago. And so with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions or discussion the council may have.
Okay. So what I'd like to do, let's get questions only from City Council. Then I do have some speaker cards, move quickly into public comment, and come back to Council. So with that, Mr. Klein, start.
I have a handful of questions. The first off is, you mentioned this request for extensions, Mr. Mora.
Yes.
When was the CAL FIRE extension asked for?
The CAL FIRE extension was asked for several weeks ago, and it was quickly followed by the City of San Mateo request.
So the extension was asked before the letter was sent where they were no longer going to bid.
Yes.
Okay, so we don't know for sure if that's still on the table.
I think that's fair to say. I think that at this point where we are with the acting director is he is willing to, in fact, is, quote, committed to meeting with the city and the legislators. And I think it's fair to say that given the legislative pressure that's been applied, I think an essential element in taking the CAL FIRE proposal from being almost finished and ultimately receiving it is addressing the concerns that the 3 local legislators have voiced.
Okay, my other question is, CAL FIRE has said they are willing to meet. Have the legislators or the unions agreed to meet?
We haven't gotten that far. We have yet to hear from the legislators, and obviously we'd want to talk to the unions as well.
Okay, and I have a couple other questions about the letter we received. There are 4 bullet points as the reasons for not submitting the a bid, and only one of them has to do with the socio-political aspects. So I wanted to quickly ask you questions about all 4.
Sure.
The first question talks about how the JPA agreement between San Carlos and the Belmont Fire Protection District is set to expire on October 12th in 2011, and that may not be enough time for them to put together a city-organized fire department.
Yes.
In your experience and what we've seen regionally, is that a valid concern?
The discussion that we had with Mr. Pimlott today regarding those issues is we did point out to him that they did submit both an informal and formal proposal several years to San Carlos, as well as an informal proposal in March, that we began discussions with them last December, and that indeed we are aware that they are close to finalizing their current proposal. So it would seem to us that they certainly, at least prior to the legislative intervention, were under the impression they did have enough time. So we question how valid that particular argument is, although we also had some discussions, frankly, with San Mateo County, and I didn't put up on the slides, but as the council probably recalls from the Tri-Data report, if for some reason the council were to receive and accept a proposal from CAL FIRE, there's also an opportunity to save the county roughly $500,000 to $900,000 per year. There's a comparable opportunity as well with Redwood City. I don't have a dollar amount with them, but I would imagine it's comparable savings. The county is very interested, at least from the county manager's office perspective, to try to reach that number for obvious reasons. And so they had approached us last week about the potential of contracting through their contract with CAL FIRE to speed the process so they could capture those savings. So there are a number of ways to, I think, address point number 1.
Okay. Then point number 2 talks about whether or not we fit in the CAL FIRE system, and it talks about essentially a rating system. But you just showed us a slide that said we qualified for this rating system in April, and obviously we qualified in 2005. And I'm unaware of San Carlos moving geographically. I think as a city we've kind of stayed put, and the stations that surround us have also stayed put. So I'm wondering why, from just 2005 or now from April, what has changed to make us fall on this rating system?
We had a discussion with the acting director about this as well, and I think one of the things that you need to be aware of, and something that was pointed out to us in the last couple of days as we've researched this, is prior to November 1st, the director of CAL FIRE had been in place for 40 years. A gentleman named Del Waters, I believe is his name. The current acting director has only been in place for 2 weeks. So while he's been a long-time CAL FIRE employee, his work in this role is new. I think it's fair to say that based on our discussion today, he apparently was unaware that CAL FIRE had notified San Carlos in April that we did in fact meet the 14-point test. And in his discussions with us today, he indicated that subsequent to the legislative conversations that there could have been a change in our rating criteria. It's still a little unclear exactly what happened there, but we basically have shared our concerns, both Mr. Malpe and I, that it would seem odd that when we qualified 5 years ago, we qualified a couple months ago, suddenly we don't qualify. It also was not clear to me as we talked to the acting director whether he was aware or not that CAL FIRE is in fact our first responder and part of the city. But again, he's only been on the job 2 weeks. There are certain things we're aware of that he may not be aware of.
Okay. The third bullet point talks about our city finances and how they've been tenuous for an extended period of time,
yes.
Essentially the decade. And now I have a question. I wanted to know just a couple quick thoughts. What's changed? In 2005 we were broke, and we're broke now. So what is the big change in the city finances? Have we ever, and more importantly, have we ever not paid a bill?
Well, in our discussions both prior to today and also with the acting director, he had indicated that there is a community, and he did not share with us who that might be, that had indicated to CAL FIRE they might have a problem making a payment with an upcoming invoice, and that was apparently part of their concern.
That's not my question. Has San Carlos ever not paid a bill?
I'll ask Mr. Maltby. I don't believe
Our
so.
former
No.
What is our credit rating, Mr. Maltby?
I believe we're AA rated right now.
That means we're rated higher than the state, correct?
Yes, we're rated much higher than
So we're having a state agency that has a worse credit rating telling us our finances are an issue. Okay, that's just ironic for me.
That's correct. And our percentage of reserves to our general fund are much higher than the state's as well.
Okay, so maybe we should be saying it backwards. So the fourth bullet point. So far you've shown to me that these first three bullet points, they really don't have much basis. So the fourth bullet point talks about the concerns about the socio-political aspects, specifically that, where is it? There's concern from regional legislative members and significant opposition from local labor organizations.
Correct.
Can you disprove that?
No, I think it's pretty clear in our discussions, both with local CAL FIRE staff and with Mr. Pimlott, that would seem to be at the heart of what's happening here.
So, I mean, essentially through all these questions, what you've shown, what you've, at least to my knowledge, what you've shown me is that out of the 4 bullet points, 3 are fluff and 1 is the real reason.
It's kind of how we see it, yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mayor Mott? Mr. Rubens, I have actually some questions about the process. You hang loose, Mr. Mora. The City of San Carlos issued an RFP for fire services. Is this legal?
That's the process that we employ for all of our professional services.
So there was nothing unusual with this particular RFP process?
No, there wasn't.
This is a process that other cities in the state of California follow. Is that correct?
That's the normal process for a contract of this type, and it's the type of process that we've employed before for law enforcement and other services.
Other cities in the state of California do contract for fire services. Is that correct?
That is correct, and actually when you got your proposal from CAL FIRE in March, as well as earlier proposals, there was an attachment that showed you the list of cities and counties around the state. It went on for, 15, 20 pages, something like that. Pretty long list.
With all due respect, you aren't going somewhere with this, right?
It does.
Okay.
And I'll bring it home during the discussion.
Okay.
Mr. Rubens, in your experience of looking at proposals like this, has a response like this letter come to your attention previously?
I've never seen anything like it before.
I'll yield for the discussion.
Questions, Mr. Gergott?
I just have a question regarding the one model with North County Fire, and the rest of the council may not like the direction I'm going with this, but I'm going to ask it anyways. If we went with that kind of model where we're sharing, essentially what you're saying is we have our own companies, our own fire stations and everything, but what we're doing is we're contracting with another agency, or in this case a JPA, for fire chief, training chiefs, battalion chiefs, et cetera, so what you would otherwise call the management portion. So if there's savings there, do we know we would get the kind of savings, and, it's been thrown around from up here that we're looking for, $1 million to $2 million in savings. So is that savings there? And to take it further, what if we approached our current partner and said, look, we could keep it together and not have to deal with dissolution costs, not have to deal with the question of our retirement funding and what happens to that depending on where we go and how that all works out, not have to dismantle our hazmat and give up the money we get from the county for providing hazmat, not give up our strength in acquiring grants as a larger entity than we would be otherwise. couldn't we find savings as a Belmont San Carlos Fire Department in the same manner by going with that kind of model?
Actually not, because the main reason that the Federation saves money is because cities that employ the firefighters pay based on a city of their size. So, for example, in the city of Millbrae, which is roughly our size, their salaries are significantly lower than the salaries in Belmont San Carlos, which bases its salaries on cities of 60,000 population, which are significantly higher than cities of 28,000 population. So the reason that the cities of Brisbane and Pacifica have significantly lower fire costs than San Carlos is because they're comparing their firefighter salaries to smaller cities, not bigger cities. So that's the major area of savings. The other point I should make, and I think we talked about this on the 18th, is we actually explored this model 5 years ago, and we talked to all 4 agencies, and none of them, Redwood City, San Mateo, CAL FIRE, Menlo, were interested in providing management only, as you correctly point out is one of the key features here. What's interesting this year, when we talked to the 4 agencies, is we actually got a somewhat different response. Some of them would be willing, in theory, to provide contract management. Others would not. Since the RFP process isn't complete yet, we don't know whether, when we receive the responses, for example, from San Mateo and Redwood City, whether or not they're going to offer that. They might. The reason that 5 years ago there was opposition by some of the chiefs to this model was because they argued that their city might have a different set of MOUs than would the city of San Carlos Fire. And so it would, from their perspective, I guess paraphrasing, would be different to, administer a contract with multiple MOUs. Apparently this has not proven a challenge for the folks in Daly City managing the 3 departments, and I think that probably explains why we now have some of our neighboring chiefs also saying they would consider running an operation similar to North County Fire. I think from staff's perspective, the fact that we actually have North County Fire offering us a proposal is very interesting, because rather than emulating their model, we potentially could have their model, which is exactly what the Tri-Data Option 3 is.
So let me follow up on a couple of things that you said, because you said a lot, and I'm not sure I followed it all. You're implying then if we were to go with the North County model, and if they gave us a proposal and we went with it, we are going to let go of all our firefighters that we have now and expect to rehire them or somebody else at a much lower, as you stated, salary basis. And a second part of that, what kind of savings do you expect to gain from something like that?
Well, first of all, when the JPA ends, and we've had this discussion among the staff of the JPA and the 2 cities, on October 12, 2011, we reach what is called the service termination date, and at that date, all of the firefighters in both San Carlos and Belmont would, by definition, be laid off, as you correctly point out. Once the firefighters are rehired, we would have to discuss how that transition would occur. As you probably recall, in March, what I recommended to the council was that we offer the staff that came over a so-called Y-rated salary. In other words, we would freeze their salary at the current level, and it would then, until it caught up, it would be frozen. You probably also recall that one of the members of the EDAC got up and said that he would object to what I was recommending to you. I think the bottom line is that when you set up a city-organized fire department, the city council, because it's a brand-new department, a brand-new operation, you, of course, can set up your own work rules and your own salaries, and you do have the option of paying, the new hires, as it were, the salary comparable to cities of your size, much as you're doing right now in tiering PERS, where your new hires get a lower retirement level and they get a lower retiree medical level. You have that choice. Obviously, we would have to get to that point in time and see what the city council decided as to whether you would pay the employees of this theoretical city-organized fire department what firefighters in cities of 28,000 size cities make, or whether you would pay them like the Belmont San Carlos Fire Department and pay them what firefighters in cities of 60,000 or more make. But of course, since a fire department like ours, typically 80% of the costs are salary and benefits, that's a lot of where the potential savings are. But again, ultimately, that's a decision for the city council to make at that time.
Do you feel like we get that same recommendation when we're asked to consider salaries for management positions or park and rec directors or
actually,
other positions in the city?
Well, I guess Councilmember Grocott, and again, I'll let Mr. Maltby handle.
Yeah. In the past, the city's practice for surveying city positions has been to look at cities of comparable size. So, for example, while there are a few cities in the mix for various reasons, there tend to be very few, if any, I think, in our surveys that are in the range of 60,000 population. So, I would say the practice of looking at comparable size cities is something that we've done, and that we've done, we've even changed it a little bit to make sure they're even more comparable the last few years.
Well, I suppose we could know pretty quickly. Another city we could look at is Foster City. They have their own fire department. They're a city of our size, and whatever they pay their firefighters, I don't know. You still haven't answered my question, though, which is what kind of savings do you expect from this plan of what you would recommend to council on how we would hire our own fire department firefighters?
Well, again, I think what we would have to do, Councilmember Grocott, is we would have to initially get the costs proposals, whether it was from North County Fire or the other agencies, if they proposed under option 3, and find out what those management costs were, and then we would have to make certain assumptions as to what the city policy would be on pay. Would it be, as Mr. Maltby suggests, what we do with all the city employees, which is basically base their salaries on what cities our size make? Would we base it on larger cities like we do in the current fire JPA, or could be even a hybrid, some of the above? Again, it would be something we'd want to get direction from the council on, and then we would make some assumptions and we would give you an estimate. And again, as I indicated, since 80% of those costs in any fire department are salary and benefits, the council's direction in that area would have a large bearing on what your costs would be and how much you would save or not save, as the case may be.
And how would that, I made some other points which you didn't hit on, is our strength right now in acquiring grants with the department we have, and then also the hazmat unit. To us, that's worth 53% of whatever that money is, which is about $500,000. And
So if I could,
the third one is if we dissolve.
Mr. Grocott, can I speak up?
will finish.
No, Mr.
Thank you very
Grocott,
much.
I am speaking up right now. Mr. Grocott.
We have the
Mr. Grocott. Mr. Grocott.
If we dissolve, we have
Mr.
to take
Grocott.
care of.
Excuse
and I
me.
have not gotten an answer.
Mr.
on that yet.
Grocott, I will then take over this meeting here for Mr. Grocott. Please, I'm speaking to you. I think what we're saying here, and what Mr. Moore is saying, I think some of the detailed cost analysis, it's way too early in the game. There are too many options, there's too many things. We're not at a point of doing financial analysis. So I think, Mr. Grocott, my recommendation is that continue with your questioning, but questioning on details of the financial analysis. Mr. Moore is going to continue to provide an answer, but we don't know that. There's too many options in the air. So with that, please continue your questioning.
53% of the hazmat income comes to our account, if you will. So I think you have to put that into the mix. And you've also got the, like I said, we haven't gotten an answer on CalPERS and what our obligations are going to be with a dissolved department.
So, Mr. Moore, you don't need to answer that. That, again, gets into the detail. Mr. Grocott, other questions? He doesn't have the information, Matt. He doesn't have it.
Well, here we are. How far down the road in dissolution, and we don't have these answers?
Through the mayor, if I may. Sure. Councilmember Grocott, as you're aware, in San Carlos, we don't control the finance or HR function of the Joint Powers Authority Fire Department, and many of the questions that you're asking of staff right now are questions that we have asked through the dissolution process of the Belmont staff, and to the extent that the Belmont staff has been able to provide answers to some of those questions, we've relayed that information on tonight. Many more, such as CalPERS, we are waiting. In fact, I believe there's a meeting scheduled for next month that we've requested San Carlos staff be allowed to attend along with the Belmont staff so that we can have firsthand knowledge of some of these things as we move the dissolution process forward. So we are doing the best we can, recognizing that there are considerable constraints on our availability to get access to this information.
Through the chair, make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So with the time, can I ask council, can we get public comment? These people have been patient. Can we get back to questions and get public comment first? Is that okay with everybody? Okay. So I'd like to hear any questions or comments that the public has. I have 3 speaker cards. There may be more. Just if you could complete one there in the back of the room. Ron Collins, followed by Pat Potter and Robert Stafford. Ron, come on up. And if you guys limit your time to around a couple minutes, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm Ron Collins, live in town. Considering the hour and Mr. Morris' report, I'm not going to make any comments at this time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Pat Potter? Is Pat still here? Robert Stafford, sir? And would anybody else like?
Pat Potter. I saw her earlier. She's gone.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I think our discomfort this evening is a derivative, really, of the success of Mark Weiss, a tremendous city manager that has created policy change that we haven't seen. The reason why folks are uncomfortable is because the move, the outsourcing with the sheriffs, is a great move. It's a paradigm shift that portends to a future where we can control our budget. Dissent is something this country has been built on. Dissent by Councilman Grocott, I think, has guided this council, but dissent turns into drivel when you can't stay on the dais, when you can't show up at a swearing in, when you talk over the mayor. This is a small town, and basic courtesies are the foundation of what works here. There's no adaptive use by this current JPA of the assets they have. You look at what comes out to a simple call, 2 hook truck ladders, whatever they are. There doesn't seem to be a concern for the middle ground. So if we're coal mining in the street in the middle of Virginia, at some point it's stopped. Right now, we are coal mining in the middle of this town, and it really has to stop. We don't have the money for this kind of structure that they're throwing on us, and we don't have the heart for this lack of respect and collegiality coming out of someone.
Would anybody else like to speak? Brian, I believe Brian Randall's coming up.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, while he's coming up, I'd like to respond to the previous speaker. The swearing in that happened on a Monday, I believe, I did not attend, if I have to defend myself, because I was ill. I had had kidney stones, and I had kidney stone emergency surgery. So that's why I did not attend the swearing-in ceremony for our police department. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Randall?
Gentleman, Brian Randall, San Carlos. You are union busting in San Mateo County. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, can we go back? Mr. Grocott, other questions or comments you have? Questions?
I don't have any other questions. I was just trying to finish at the time the ones I had. Thank you very much.
I have a question. Oh, we haven't got to Mr. Vasili, sorry. Okay. I had a question, just a financial question about some stuff that Mr. Grocott brought up. Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm ready to make a motion here, so go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Mr. Maltby, you were a finance director for a time there. I have a question about income. If we're doing a pass-through, say our contract with the sheriff, did the sheriff count that as income?
The contract with the sheriff was fairly clear in specifying that revenue would stay with the city, so our revenue almost exclusively stays with us that we're then using to offset the cost of the contract.
So if the sheriff department if we were to break our contract with the sheriff department, they wouldn't imply that we're taking income from them, would they? We were just ending our contract. They wouldn't lose money because of this.
Well, in terms of a revenue stream, if you're talking about like things like ticket revenue and those kinds of things, then yes. Now they may look at the overall contract as a revenue stream. That would be a reasonable thing for them to do from their point of view.
Well, because I'm wondering when it comes
cost recovery.
When it comes to hazmat, the questions were brought up that 53% of the income goes to us. But as has been explained to us by our chief, that hazmat costs are recovered, and that's what the pay goes to. It goes to recover the cost of operating the hazmat team. So if the hazmat team was to go away and we were no longer to get that cost recovery, we wouldn't be out any money.
Well, I'm not familiar with all the details of how hazmat is put together. From the one hand, I understand that you are correct in terms of any direct costs that we incur to provide the service. It would be a wash. Now, there may be soft costs and built into some of the labor where that might not be the case. But like I say, I don't have all the details of how the hazmat unit's funded at the Fire JPA.
Okay, well, I agree with Mr. Grocott. That needs to be something fleshed out. But we're not getting a check from the county to just have the team. We're getting the costs as we were explained by the chief. So we're not going to. I don't believe we're going to be out any money because the chief keeps explaining to us that it's revenue neutral. That we're just making our costs. So unless the chief is wrong, then I don't know. So, Mr. Royce.
Okay. Are there thoughts here?
I do.
Comments? I think from questions now, what are your thoughts here?
Mr. Mayor, I need probably Brian to drive for a second because I think in PowerPoint. So I put some points together that I did want to share, and these are issues that I feel strongly about.
Can I ask a number of slides or amount of time that you expect?
8 and
okay.
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I just wanted to start with this quote from Jerry Hill related to how proposals have been handled. And he says, contractor selection process, he wanted to ensure, conducted in a fair, transparent, unbiased manner. The integrity of the process is essential to upholding the public's trust and ensuring that these services are provided for in the most cost-efficient manner possible. He wasn't talking about fire. He was talking about garbage in this particular case. And this was when a group from New Jersey essentially wanted local officials to overturn a decision that had been made by 2/3 of San Mateo County. Jerry Hill stood up and he said he wanted to do this. I'm going to hold him to his word that this is what we're supposed to do. Next slide, please. We just heard from our city attorney that what we are doing is a normal, legal process. And one of the things about this that I take very seriously is that we have made a commitment to the public that this is how we are going to conduct the business. We issue an RFP. There are question sessions that are available. If anybody wants to respond to that RFP, that is the guy, and I'm pointing at Mr. Mora, the questions go through. There are conferences. The questions are answered in the open, and that's how it works. The parties finally respond, and then we as a council look at the proposals and make a decision. Next slide. Now, there's some popular belief that council looked before they leaped, they didn't check, nothing happened. It's like, no, that's not completely correct. All along, we have received information from various vendors who would respond, saying, we're ready to go, here's an informal proposal, here's how you meet the criteria. But something happened in the last 2 weeks. So the big question now is, well, what happened? The other thing I do want to bring up, and I brought it up on this dais before, is regarding ex parte communications. Next question. Next slide. Mr. Ken Pimlott is the acting director of CAL FIRE. He was appointed to this position on Election Day this year. He has less than 3 weeks in the gig, and I've got to imagine, if you're sitting there as the acting director, I have not spoken to Mr. Pimlott. I couldn't pick him out of a lineup. But I've got to imagine that you're now the acting director. This is a really cool agency. Maybe you want the gig. Maybe you don't know what happens when elected officials call you. There's occasionally just some ordinary stuff that we just call and ask about. There's nothing behind it. Maybe he got freaked out. I don't know. Next slide. Here are some facts that we do need to be clear about. Mr. Ruskin is the elected representative from Assembly Seat 21. Now, there's an interesting thing. He holds the position until December 6th of chair of the California State Assembly Budget Subcommittee number 3. It's wonderful code. You have no idea what that is until you realize that is the subcommittee that is actually directly responsible for CAL FIRE's budget. If you want to play with CAL FIRE's budget, that is the chair for the division that actually controls it. I had an extended conversation with Mr. Ruskin. He said, yes, I absolutely called them. I was concerned about their budget. He also went so far as to say he had never heard of a 14-point system that CAL FIRE would use to determine if they were ever going to bid on something. So he was getting educated, but he felt that, well, I didn't know what was going on, so I wanted to clarify. Now, Mr. Ruskin, good solid guy, I consider him a friend. He is running for Senate. That's public knowledge. Has significant ties to the folks who would be interested in exerting pressure. Let's go to Jerry Hill. Talk to Jerry. He has admitted he called up, and it was curious. He said, I was curious, and there was information. Now, Jerry's a friend. I like Jerry. But when I'm sitting here, and I got to scratch my head and go, you know, when I talked to Jerry, he was really concerned about trying to pass the California budget, which was 100 days late. And when this thing broke, he was sitting in Hawaii, where a bunch of other legislators were enjoying a nice boondoggle. And I can appreciate that he is so good at his job that he could deal with the budget, deal with everything else in his district, but still have time to call people about a city he doesn't represent. Now, Mr. Pimlott, in his letter, put it in writing that there was union pressure. I don't know if he accidentally picked up a bunch of kids' Ritalin and it was actually supposed to be aspirin or what he was thinking, but it's in writing that union pressure was one of those issues. Next slide. I am going to disclose every bit of ex parte communications. I did this when the garbage contract came up. I've done this continually. If there's a contract and any party that could have anything to do with that contract tries to contact me, I disclose it. I think that's important. Part of that has to be part of the transparent process. So, I have not spoken to anybody from CAL FIRE. I know what their patches look like, but I've never spoken to one of them. In the San Mateo Fire Department, I have met Dan Belleville, and I think it might have been about a year ago. And we had a nice cup of coffee. I've never spoken to anybody in the Redwood City Fire Department. I don't know anybody in the Menlo Park Fire Department. Never spoken to anybody in North County. And Local 2400. Let's go to the next slide. I've had exactly one meeting with Gary Jacobs. Previously, I simply said that I met with him and that was the end of it, but I will disclose two things that did occur. Number one, Mr. Jacobs said he was absolutely happy to work with us, but he said there was simply no way that Local 2400 would work with CAL FIRE. The other thing he told me was that he understood why the city was going to dissolve the JPA. He also likes French press coffee, which is what I made. Next item. Mr. Mayor, this is what I will eventually offer in a motion. Number one is to extend the deadline. Number two, I would like to direct staff to, in detail, respond to the letter from CAL FIRE. Further, if CAL FIRE has said that elected officials had concerns, then CAL FIRE needs to come forward with, well, who contacted you and what are their concerns? If they're legitimate concerns, we want to make certain that we address them. Let's get that out there. Third, I would want to continue to direct the city attorney to continue his cooperation with law enforcement. And lastly, I would ask you, Mr. Mayor, to direct correspondence to our state officials and remind them that we are the ones who are actually elected by the citizens. And if there are questions or concerns, you know, we're not hard to find. I will put those four things and consider that a motion, Mr. Mayor.
I have a question on that point.
Mr. Grocott?
What is this, direct city attorney to continue his cooperation with law enforcement?
Yeah, I believe that's fairly self-explanatory.
It's not to me.
What confuses you?
Explain it.
The city attorney has a duty to continue to work with law enforcement when they make inquiries and do that in an appropriate manner. I want him to continue to do so.
Inquiring what? Inquiring about what? Say straight up what you're talking about. I'll give you a what if, Mr. Ahmad. What if I, as a citizen of San Carlos, and being a fellow Republican and having avenues into the governor, went to Sacramento and spent a couple of days and went to the governor and talked to him and said, you know, we've got this situation with our fire department, and I know CAL FIRE is looking at responding, and I don't think CAL FIRE would be a good setup for us. And then I went and I met with Mr. Hill and Mr. Ruskin and Mr. Smidian and had the same discussion. Is there something wrong with that? Is this not a free country? This is a contract. This is an RFP. You put out a request. If the party wants to respond, they can. If they hear from somebody that has concerns about that, that's free too. What's gone wrong?
There are issues around contract negotiations. There are interests in what you can do to influence a proposal. And I'm not an attorney, but these are questions that do need to be answered. And as much as you can say, First Amendment and the right to assemble and everything else is completely within your right, when it comes to the ability of a city to do business or conduct legal business, if there is influence to try to make certain that you can't, there's a question of if that is legal. And that does interest law enforcement.
I guess I just don't understand that. Again, maybe Mr. Rubens would like to speak to it. Again, I'm not saying if I went to Sacramento as a council member, that's entirely different because I can't do that and speak for the council. But let's say I went to Sacramento and spoke as Matt Grocott, citizen of San Carlos. I know these things about fire. I had a meeting with the governor. I had a meeting with Mr. Smidian and Mr. Ruskin and Mr. Hill. What's the problem with that?
Well, first of all, with respect to the slide, I think that's part of my job to cooperate with law enforcement. I have not been contacted by law enforcement, but I suppose that's just in case I am, is the nature of the slide. The city attorney is not the enforcer of some of the rules that might apply. There's other agencies and other officials that if there is any ethics or violation of law that would enforce it, it's the FPPC, District Attorney, Attorney General, U.S. Attorney. Those are the enforcement officials or agencies that would deal with it. Contacting or lobbying is not illegal. I think the concern that could occur is something about involving influencing a contract. That's the issue. I think that was put forward. There may be an issue there. I don't know. But that's, I think, what I would do is I would just continue to cooperate. If I did get any inquiries from law enforcement, I would do that. But I don't think there's anything more than that.
A follow-up question. Can you cite some kind of law that it might be violated here?
Well, there is the FPPC talks about financial interest. Public officials are not supposed to use their financial interest or affect a decision, participate in or influence a decision that might affect their financial interest.
Understood.
And so there is a rule talking about contributions that might apply. If you received a contribution from someone within the 12 months before the decision was made that you tried to influence, that might be an issue. Now, I'm not the enforcing authority. That's just kind of the general
So you're speaking,
rule.
excuse me, you're speaking in terms of like campaign financing or campaign contributions or
I
that
think
sort of thing.
there's one rule that could be the interpretation, that if you received a contribution that might affect, that could be considered a financial interest.
Mm-hmm. Good. Well, that's what I was looking for. This is up there.
Yeah.
I'm asking why. I'm looking for the particular. You provided it. Thank you very much.
So I haven't asked any questions or commented yet at all, just a quick minute or two here. I think what Vice Mayor Omar showed, there's some, I learned a lot. Even if it's half true and half assumptions, there's some interesting situations that I saw on some of those slides. I'll kind of jump down to the last item there to direct our correspondence to our state officials to direct concerns to our city. I like a lot of your ideas. I think the one major shift, and maybe it's just kind of a style, you and I think we all have tremendous trust and respect for our legislators, especially, Jerry Hill, as you mentioned, Joe Cimini and Ira Ruskin. It seems to be, I'm not concerned whether or not who went to who, but it seems like there have been discussions and legislators, per the CAL FIRE letter, influenced CAL FIRE to drop out of this bidding, this competitive process that we have in this country. And I just would like to back up and have a chance to talk to the unions, to talk to the legislators, but us being proactive. I would like to set that up either with myself, mayor, and staff, or our fire board representatives. But I would like to take 2 steps back and rather than contest what CAL FIRE is doing, back up the 2 steps and say, okay, what are the facts here? What's the 14 points? What's this? What's that? And basically work with them. I don't think I agree. Your main point is there's no way that they should be involved in the business in San Carlos, if they were. But if they're going to get involved in San Carlos, I want to make sure they have the facts. And I think they have a role, if they did get involved, to stay involved and understand and get all the information out and help the process. Because we have a process here. We have to provide good fire protection to our citizens. If they've jumped into it, let them help us jump around and get the best things done. So, again, like a lot of your thoughts, a little different, softer approach with communication. But the unions will talk to us. I think, I know Jerry Hill will talk to me. If I call him right now, he'll talk to me. So let's do that.
Mr. Mayor, I agree a lot with what you said and what Mr. Ahmad said. You speak with a lot more respect about the state legislature than I will. Stuff like this truly does bother me. I believe we did something and we did it in an open process, and somewhere that open process got muddled. And as we've always said up here, we want to explore all of our options, and it's on us to remove those options. It's not on us. It's not on someone to go to Sacramento to exert pressure and never even discuss it with us, to never even get a phone call, or to never even get, by the way, I'm going to remove these options, and here's why. I could care less what you think, but here's why. At least I'm going to do you the decency of telling you this is coming. To get this sort of surprise is a little startling, and a great deal of my respect has been hit because of that. I believe that we are adults. I believe that we have basic principles that we go by, and the best thing you can do is, if you are someone's elected official, give them the heads up if you're going to remove something from the table, especially as something as important as this, as exploring all the options that we want to explore. There's a great deal of things to be offered, and there's one of 2 possibilities. One, CAL FIRE is wrong. There was no union pressure. There was no legislative pressure. That's a hard stretch. I mean, it really is. It's hard for me to imagine that a government agency is going to put in a letter something of this magnitude and it not really happened. I don't see where the advantage in that would be. I was blown away when this letter came in and that verbiage was put in there. It really says something, the fact that verbiage was put in there. So the other option is what exactly happened. It really doesn't take the Hardy Boys to figure this out, but you're probably going to lean towards the fact that there was a lot of meddling by assembly members who possibly aren't even from our district, and that really bothers me. But more so, it bothers me that people are trying to paint us into a corner and give us one option, and we're getting it's like telling someone you can buy any car you want as long as it's a Toyota Prius. I mean, that's just ridiculous. We have done everything legally. We have done everything in an open process, and for people to do this to the citizens of San Carlos and to go to Sacramento and try to block an option from even happening is incredibly troubling. We haven't made any decisions. All we want is all the facts and all the options. So I agree with a lot of what both of you said. I would like to put these meetings together with the legislatures. I would like CAL FIRE to simply verify if this was actually true. I mean, I think it's on them. You make an allegation like this, you better be ready to back it up, because you are putting in writing that people were meddling, that undue influence was put on a governmental agency that had, up until that point, completely agreed with giving us a proposal. They had been excited. They hired people. We filled out we completely fit into what they expected out of an agency who was looking for a bid. We fit their 14 points. We did everything we were supposed to do, and then this dropped on us. But worse than that, they never even called us to ask about all of these questions. This letter came out. There was never calls to staff or anything. So giving us a chance to refute this, it was simply like, well, we have to do this because of political reasons, and that's it. The letter very much read like a Dear John letter, where you spend 3 paragraphs talking about how it's not you, it's me, talking about how you're a great guy, and then that fourth paragraph comes out and says, but you're a drunk. So that's how it reads, and that's exactly what I'm taking from this. It's the 4th bullet point that changed the whole situation. Everything changed in 2 weeks, and it changed very quickly. So I would like to push for us to make these meetings happen, and maybe it would make sense for Mr. Ahmad and I to do it, to meet with these legislators and get them to put the genie back in the bottle, because if they're not going to give us the option, well, then I want the $1 million, and I want the county to get the $500,000 that we're going to be an option, and if they want to earmark it for us, that's fine, we'll call it a day. But I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're willing to take money off the table, but they're not going to be willing to put it back, so they need to fix the situation and make sure the process goes forward the way it's supposed to, the way it legally worked, and the way it was going to work in 2005, and the way it should be working now.
So what I see us doing, of course, we need to extend the deadline, or there's a proposal to extend the deadline to January 7th. There's already 2 council, and Mr. Klein and myself talked about, let's go talking, is what I hear. What do the other 3 people think about that last item, and then we could move into the proposal for extending the deadline? Other thoughts?
Well, I certainly agree in extending the deadline, but you can't make somebody dance with you. I mean, regardless of...
I'm pretty charming.
You can't... You may try, but it's real hard to do that. And whatever this gentleman, and maybe it's his fact that he's only been on the job for 19 or 20 days, wrote something that I can't fathom that anybody ever write. As I agree with you on that, but he wrote it. But regardless of that, you still can't make him dance with you if he doesn't want to dance. So it's the same thing with, we've sent out a number of RFPs, and we haven't gotten any other back from some of the other folks, too. Hopefully the extension will allow for that to happen. But at the end of the day, we may find out that nobody wants to dance with us, for whatever reason. So, I mean, let's realize that we're still moving forward, and we're trying to still get as much information as we can, but we still want to have a partner that's willing to work with us. I'm not denigrating anything that's been said here, or possibly some of the stuff that might have happened, but let's look at keep our eye on what we're trying to do, and make sure that we get, hopefully, well, I can't say we can't force it. The key is to get people that hopefully will bid on it. If people want to talk to people like you gentlemen, that's fine. I mean, I have no problem with it. The big thing for me is extension, and to me, let's go talk to some of the other folks. I mean, if quite honestly, I'm not saying bended knee, or as Mr. Grocott said, but what were the issues I'd like to know the issues that maybe Menlo Park had. I mean, what were they? I mean, same type of thing. They're closer to us than wherever. We haven't heard anything from Redwood City. I think San Mateo may, with the extension, possibly give us something. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I think that's real important too. Yeah. So let's not confuse this, and make this so politicized that we're gonna end up standing there going, holding the bag with nothing. That's the only point I want to make. Yeah.
Mr.
I didn't vote in favor of going out on this to begin with. On an extension, I can go ahead and vote for that, even though I didn't vote originally for it, just because I don't have a problem with extending, there's the holidays, there's lots of reasons you might want to have an extension. I think you guys are reading a lot more into this letter than you ought to. I agree with Mr. Grisilli. If somebody doesn't want to dance with you, they don't want to dance with you. Menlo didn't want to dance with us either, and we didn't. Yeah, I don't see anybody getting too excited about, what went on there and reading things into the chief's letter from Menlo Park. And I think part of this that is not being realized is, the state is in a financial situation, one could argue, worse than we are or any other city is. And when I read this, that's one of the things I see them saying is maybe we've done contracts in the past, but that was the past, different times, different economic conditions. Now we really have to be concerned about how we provide resources to those we are already committed to. And, they may be facing budget cuts, and they may be thinking, we can't be contracting with somebody when we're going to be facing budget cuts. And, what's that going to do with those contracts that we have to provide service? That's what I see when I read this letter. I think you're seeing a conspiracy where there is none.
Mr. Mayor, I would, just in the interest of time, move to extend the deadline to January 7th.
Have a second on that?
Second.
Any discussion?
Well, to clear up, and from what I heard from Mr. Ahmad and Mr. Royce and Mr. Grisilli said, kind of do what you want, there has been some direction on City Council for there to be some discussions made. And Mr. Grisilli, I don't think he came out in favor of it, but you kind of just said, whatever.
Talk to whoever you like.
Yeah.
I mean, I do.
So, under that thought, Mr. Ahmad and I will definitely go out and have these meetings with the legislatures and get some sort of explanation, because, I completely disagree with Mr. Grocott. Well, not an explanation, but we want to say a proactive to see.
Get a good discussion going.
Yeah, a good discussion of where we can go, see what their concerns are, and see if there's a way for us to rectify this, because I believe that the more options we have, the better we are, the better we're served. So, as long as that's understood, I'll be voting for the extension.
One additional point of discussion, Mr. Mayor, is that I think I went out of my way to disclose my ex parte communications, who I've had discussions with. Regardless of how you feel about this issue, the contract is worth millions of dollars. And who people are talking to and the transparency of these transactions should be of high priority for everybody on this dais. So I would like to see some reciprocation around the ex parte communications from my colleagues.
Well,
that's not part of my motion, but that is.
I can simply jump in. In the past year, most of this was over 6 months ago. I met with Chief Belleville from San Mateo. I met with Gary Jacobs from 2400. And that's it.
So, roll call. Ready?
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes.
Through the chair, I'd like to extend the meeting to 11:15. Make a motion.
Well, second, is that going to be enough for closed session?
This is redevelopment agency. We haven't gotten to closed
We still-
session yet. This is for 10A.
Oh. Have a second?
I second. Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Let somebody else make the motion for the next.
Okay, last item, item 10, other than closed session, consideration of purchase property at 1245 San Carlos Avenue, APN 050-1320-180. This is redevelopment agency business.
Good evening, Honorable Chairman and members of the agency board. Mark Sawicki, Economic Development and Housing Manager. Staff is recommending your adoption of a resolution authorizing the Executive Director to execute an agreement for purchase and sale of the 1245 San Carlos Avenue property. As you know, Wheeler Plaza is currently a city-owned downtown surface parking lot, and the agency previously acquired 2 adjacent properties almost 10 years ago. Redevelopment of the Wheeler Plaza site has been a priority of the city and agency for several years. In January 2009, the developer Silverstone Communities was selected to work with the agency and the city to prepare a site plan that would replace and potentially expand the public parking available at the site, improve the retail space offering, and provide for new residential units close to transit. This project would add further vibrancy to the downtown. The property the agency is interested in would allow a much better design for the proposed project, allowing for more underground parking area, more marketable retail space on San Carlos Avenue, and the ability to add housing or office space above the street level. The property owner has agreed to sell for $2.8 million. Based on appraisals, market information, and advice of our redevelopment consultant, we believe this represents a fair price. One condition of closing is that the agency offer the seller the opportunity to lease back the property on a month-to-month basis at a below-market rental rate of $1 per square foot per month for a year. This is similar to the arrangements that the agency has made with the tenants at the neighboring building. Approval of a lease would be on your next agenda in December. Under redevelopment law, a lease requires a public hearing with at least 2 weeks' public notice, so we couldn't take that up tonight. Please note that there were several revisions made to the purchase and sale agreement from the version attached to the staff report and the version the seller that eventually agreed to sign late last week. I've provided you with a revised, clean version through the secretary and a red line version showing the changes. Many are minor edits, but the few substantive changes include: 1, the closing date would be no later than December 30th instead of the 31st. Number 2, the agency would notify the seller of any objection to condition of title by December 10th instead of 10 days after receipt of the title report. And 3, the agency would need to approve condition of the property and title by December 17th instead of 30 days from opening of escrow. The practical effect of these changes is to speed up the deadlines by about 6 days. Although we still have until December 30th to close, the seller is anxious and hopeful that we might close before the holidays, and these revisions were intended to move the process along as soon as possible. Staff does not foresee any issue in meeting these dates. The chief building official has already completed a physical inspection, and we've already begun reviewing the preliminary title report. One additional expansion from the staff report: it was indicated that we would use agency bond funds for the acquisition. The agency has both tax-exempt and taxable bond funds, and this is sort of a technical matter, but we would prefer to use the taxable funds for this purchase because it will allow the agency to potentially participate in any upside return on investment if a project were to go forward on the site. If you use tax-exempt bond money, you cannot participate in profit. So that's one thing that we would like to do. We have, when we bonded in 2007, we got both tax-exempt and taxable bond money, so we would like to use the taxable money for this. Lastly, to be clear, funding for this acquisition is from restricted RDA funds. It can only be used for economic development and capital improvement projects in the RDA project area, as well as for affordable housing. There's no impact on the city's general fund. This concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Mr. Kirkcott?
You mentioned that the acquisition of this parcel would allow for additional retail facing San Carlos Avenue, housing, and office. What you didn't mention is something that's been of great interest to me all along with this project. In fact, it's the sort of the kingpin issue. I've said all along that I don't really like the idea of developing Wheeler Plaza, but if we're going to, there needs to be a community benefit, and I think that community benefit is public space. Mm-hmm. How does the acquisition of this property allow for public space?
Having more room to work with may allow for a place to put a park or open space. We've also looked at the what's known as the Foodville property at 616 Laurel. That's been available for sale. There's been bids made on it. Not clear what direction that would go, but that could be a potential site for an open space or a public plaza. The part of the agency's property or the city's property is that drive-through alley next to that building. So that's one of the places that's been looked at, but site plans are still in flux because we didn't know exactly what we were dealing with. This particular property, though, gives a rectangle, if you will, of the site. Since we have the building next door, adding this gives you something that's much easier for a developer to work with, that you can do different things with. There's been some preliminary sketches and drawings, but that's something that would probably come to the community in January. Knowing that we have this property, then we can work with that.
So remind me, we've seen at previous times site plans and sketches and so forth with different properties, but I don't think we've ever seen anything with this configuration. In other words, right now we don't know about the Foodville, so we mark that out. We just have this and the other parcels that we own, the adjacent retail and then the apartment building on the other corner. Am I correct on that? We haven't seen any development of ideas?
We have explored the ideas, which is why we were interested in this property. We have explored it, and the project could come all the way out to San Carlos Avenue and have a facing from the sister city plaza or alley all the way down to the corner of Walnut, versus having sort of a gap tooth in the project.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would just, when these presentations are made, I think to put into the mind of staff and everybody else involved, if it's the pleasure of the council, you know what my issue is, and I would like to, when we go through these bullet points, that, like tonight, I feel like the report should have said, we can do more retail, we can do housing, we can do office, and we have room to do this public asset with this project being open space.
Yeah. And I think, maybe Mr. Rubens could give a recommendation. We need to be very careful there, because if we start talking about other properties, we're basically talking about just purchasing this one property. And Mr. Rubens, any advice there?
Well, that's the item before you. You will see in the future, I think, as this develops, the more specific details of what's proposed. It could include the public plaza or other amenity at the council's direction. But I think this is really, tonight, it's a property purchase. I think you hear staff saying it's a key parcel because it helps increase the utility and desirability of the project.
Any other questions?
Well, I would just quickly comment on that. All I'm saying is that I understand what Mr. Rubens is saying, but I also understand what I heard Mr. Sawicki say, which is that the acquisition of this parcel will add to the benefit of the project retail, housing, office. Those are all things that are very interesting to the city for income and to the developer for his potential income. But I think we have to have a greater eye than that. And as a city and as a council and representatives of the people, we have to be concerned also about an asset to the community. In order to go through this, we have to give something back to the existing community of San Carlos.
Other thoughts, questions? Okay, a motion.
I'll make a motion to have our.
Do you have cards on this at all?
Sorry?
I'm sorry. I thought we had some.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to hear from the public?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sorry. That's right.
Chris Wuthman, San Carlos resident, also a San Carlos business owner. I'll try to make it very quick, given how late it is. I just wanted to say that I would applaud this idea of the city through the redevelopment agency acquiring this Keystone property on San Carlos Avenue for 3 reasons. This will enable an opportunity when combined with the adjacent properties that the city already owns on San Carlos Avenue to finally transform this block into an attractive and lively destination rather than just a zone to mainly pass through. So it's more than just about this property. It's about this block on San Carlos Avenue. Secondly, it will open the possibility for development of Wheeler Plaza to be better connected to San Carlos Avenue, which will contribute to its success by increasing its pedestrian character and connection with the larger downtown community. And finally, the city, by virtue of stepping up and acquiring the property, will be able to ensure that it gets what it really wants and what is really needed on behalf of its citizens and businesses, which may diverge from what might otherwise be planned if only commercial considerations were taken into account. I'd like to say just a very quick word about what I would suggest be considered for the ground floor in the redevelopment of this property, and this somewhat is along the lines of what Councilman Grocott was trying to get at. I think we need to have an intergenerational space downtown that meets the needs of youth who'd like to come and hang out downtown once they outgrow the youth center, and also meets the social gathering needs that maturing folk seek who are looking to move downtown. We don't have any spaces like these currently other than street corners,
and small coffee shops, and an arcade with services and businesses that seek to invite spending time and gathering, and that connects with a pedestrian paseo running from Walnut to San Carlos Avenue behind these buildings and Wheeler Plaza development, would provide the kind of connections and European type, if you will, public space and community asset that people desire. A final very quick word comment, which is a financial one. While part of the rationale of this acquisition, I believe, is to enable additional economics from improvements on the property to support the construction of replacement parking in the Wheeler project, the ability of a developer to finance the Wheeler project will be helped but not determined by this acquisition in this property. A developer's financial capability in this environment that now exists and will for a long time can and should be determined somewhat independently from project specifics and should be assessed before and not after planning. The decision that you're going to make with regard to this property tonight will most importantly ensure that planning can work out much better. Thanks very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Chris. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Motion, Mr. Griselli?
I'd like to make a motion, agency resolution number RDA
150.
I'm sorry.
150.
150, resolution of the San Carlos Redevelopment Agency approving the purchase of real property at 1245 San Carlos Avenue, San Carlos, APN 050132180, pursuant to an agreement for purchase and sale of real property, and authorizing the executive director to execute the agreement and take other actions necessary to effectuate the purchase.
Second. Okay, roll call, please.
Director Ahmad?
Yes.
Director Grisilli?
Yes.
Director Grocott? Yes. Director Klein?
Yes.
Chair Royce?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, move to extend the meeting to 11:45.
Okay. Next on the agenda will be adjourning to closed sessions. Mr. Rubens, anything to report there before we move?
Yeah, on the labor item, we're going to have myself and Brian Moore in addition to those listed.
Okay.